Dong, dong. It's time for the Idget Show. Before we get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, howsoever, wheresoever, or whatever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes I go a couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, let's do something and get into this. Yay, I get to go back to ONI. I love this game. I don't know why, but we're going to do survival because I always do survival. And we're going to do spaced out because we're going to do classic. I don't like spaced out. I like big maps. And we're going to do the aquatic pack because, hey, the aquatic pack's new. And I like new things. And we got a regolith, a water, a moo, a superconductive, a marshy, and a tundra. Let's roll these. Because I don't want magma channels. I don't want large glaciers. So, I want geoactive. I love geoactive. I do not want geodormant. Geodormants suck. Volcanic activity, that'd be okay, but not with geodormant. Geoactive. Let's keep rolling. Geoactive metal-rich slime molds. Yeah, we can do that. We can do slime molds. We got a mixed boulder, metallic cave, crash satellite, frozen friend on the marshy, so I won't have it on my teleport asteroid, and sonium synthesizer, mysterious hermit, printerceptor, biobot, and critter flexomatic. For anybody who doesn't know what any of those mean, don't worry. We'll get to them. I don't know how far we're gonna get in 3 streams, but let's. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Okay, so there's 2 roles that generally involve ONI. You've got your seed role, and then you've got your starting dupe role. And I'm going to set this up the way I always set this up. I don't like to play with bionics. And bionics plus water is just a bad thing. And I want to try to get a builder. I want to try to get a digger. And I want to try to get a researcher. Those are my default go-to ones that I want every single time. I do not want a nyctophobic. I do not want a bottlenose stomach. I do not want a gastrophobic. So we're going to come up here and we're going to smack that re-roll button. And we're going to try to get one that's got an okay loadout. Okay. Immune to chilly surroundings, not really a huge deal, but it'll come in handy. Kitchen menace is not a cannot do. It just means it can't cook very well. That's okay. It's got a 9 in construction. It means that this thing's gonna build really, really well. So on to the digger. I'll take that. A 7 excavation. I could roll for higher, but I'm not gonna spend an hour sitting here rolling. The only negative is they can't do digging or can't do cooking errands, which is fine because I can do cooking errands over here, or on my 4th dupe, or down the road. All right, researcher. We want to get a really high research that does not have allergies. There we go. 9 in researching, increased medicine, which I probably won't ever use, and critter aversion just means that you're going to be slower for doing a ranching task, which I don't care. Drawback is we got a vomiter, and a destructive. I really don't like destructives, but we're gonna keep that dupe's morale high, so we're not gonna worry about it. And welcome to ONI. And no, I will not call it ONI or ONI or anything like that, because there was another game called ONI a long time ago. One of the new things about the Aquatic pack is now they can swim. So we're going to dig this out to about here. We need to get some things going. What's going on, Foxy? Not morning for me, it's about noon. But hello, hello, hello. Alright, one thing I need to look for, and it's right here. Okay, so we'll be digging down there here before too long. But, okay, I got some metal. I don't have any metal yet. Now I have some metal. Cool. We're going to drop those down. And we're going to put some ladders across here for right now. And we're going to try to get... I do need to set some things up. First and foremost, we're not going to have any... they're not going to sleep. And we'll just, we'll pop this down because you can get about 2 days of work out of them right off the bat. I do need to remember who the hell's who. Bio. Quick learner, gastrobic. Attributes. So, Catalina here is my digger. So, go in here and we're going to Catalina. We're going to turn research off and digging up. There. That way, these two, once I start research, which we'll be doing, should be sleeping, can't sleep, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, I was thinking it was pretty damn late for you. You should be asleep, bud. Yeah, I don't want these two doing any research because this one's got the, got all the points in research. So that's my priority. And then this one is primarily a builder, so do building tasks. This one's primarily a digger, so do digging tasks. Because we got a fair amount of stuff we got to do quick. I'm just going to go ahead and start queuing a lot of this stuff up, even though I want to try to get... I want these cots done quick. The main reason I want the cots done quick is because they need somewhere that they can sleep. So my digger's doing diggy stuff, my builder's doing buildy stuff, and my researchers just kind of doing whatever they can do at the moment. I am going to cancel that dig because I want to try to get this watered down. I do need to be kind of careful on what all I dig up, and unfortunately the zinc ore in the new Aquatic pack is looks really similar to oxylite. I want the oxylite exposed because as long as it's exposed to the environment, it will literally just put oxygen out, so oxygen will be included. I'm going to go ahead and cancel those for just a second. We're going to put a tile up here just to get that. A dupe can dig 2 above its head and 2 below its head, or below its feet. So they've got kind of a range that they're allowed to do tasks. One thing I do need to do is I need to get this in, and we need to get this. What are we prioritizing? Somebody get up there and do that. We do have what's called the yellow alert system, which is kind of a get this done now type thing. they can swim now, we're just going to try to I want to try to get this water down. Now that the water's down below where I need it to be, we can go ahead and start working on the next room. There's certain things that I think every Oxygen Not Included player does, like right off the bat, their priority builds. And next up, we got the bedroom done. Now we need... The best thing about them being able to swim is, as long as there's water or any liquid they can swim in, they're gonna move. They don't just have to be at the bottom of the water like they used to be. Pre-Aquatic Pack, ONI was a very different animal to post. And you can kind of sort of tell I've done this game a few times. Kind of apparent I know what I'm doing. I'm not, again, like always, I'm not going to say I'm a professional at this game or any game, because I'm not. I'm just a jackass who plays video games. This just happens to be a video game that I've spent 2,000 hours in. And at the beginning of the stream, you watched me roll for high points in my digging, building, and research. The reason I did that was because the higher points they have, the faster they're going to do that assigned task. Go ahead and set this to the correct direction, and we can copy it. And we can copy it twice. Because I have 3 dupes, I want 3 sinks. You can probably already figure out what this room is going to be. Yeah, like this right here is oxylite. I don't want to dig that up. So when I put my tiles in, I'm going to skip over it. Oxylite will evaporate into the air by making air. But the problem is, if you anything you dig up, you get half the resources back. So it's better to let the oxylite burn itself out than it is to try to dig it out, because then you got half as much, you're going to get half as much oxygen out of it. Casper! The drawback is oxylite can only work if it's exposed to air. So like this one here that had been underwater, like this one, means that it can't do anything. So I want to try to get that mopped up as fast as I can. We also want what's called an oxygen sink. Sorry, I misspoke. A carbon sink, not an oxygen sink. Obviously, most of you guys know you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, so it sinks. So we're going to use that to our advantage. There's two incredibly useful things about carbon dioxide. It doesn't take heat very well. It doesn't have a very good thermal conductivity, and it's qualified as a sterile environment. My goal is to try to get all this water out of here. Okay. First day is up. They will use the bathroom when they have to. But now that the first day is up, we're going to move all these dupes over here to schedule 2, which will allow them to have some sleep. And we'll get rid of the day 1 schedule. So now they're all going to use the restroom, and then they're going to spray. They're going to basically spray some Clorox on the toilet, so it's nice and clean. Nobody wants to get food poisoning from touching unclean toilets. Honestly, the easiest way to tell that I know what I'm doing in this game is the fact you keep seeing me use a bunch of keyboard shortcuts. Those all have water in them. We're going to go ahead and dig up that. That's food there. We'll have to start thinking about getting some actual food going. They say that I'm using keyboard shortcuts and I keep pressing the wrong damn keys, but that's pretty normal for me. Toilet wine, yeah, something like that. So she literally ran out of energy. She became exhausted. Because it's not sleepy time, because if it was sleepy time, they'd all be asleep. Yeah, see, that's the exhaustion symbol. Basically, like, I'm too tired to continue. I need to go to sleep. Stamina is at 0. Thankfully, because I got their bathrooms and their bedrooms set up, they have somewhere to go. And they're actually considered to be the correct room, so yay. That's a win. I'm going to set this up to auto bottle. We're going to set this up to water, and we're not. Until I have a second. That's actually okay. I'm being extremely careful not to dig this up, because this is one of the new critters in Aquatic. This is called a bloater. They eat this plant, and when they do, they burp out oxygen. I don't know the mechanics behind it, but whatever. Free oxygen is free oxygen. For a game called Oxygen Not Included, you need oxygen production somehow. And we've got a multitude of ways to make oxygen. Just at this moment, no, we don't. Actually, I got some oxygen right there. I got some free oxygen right there. digger, you got diggy task. Yep, see, notice that tile just disappeared? That's because that oxidite burned itself out, which is okay. I'm fine with that. I knew it was going to happen. I do need to be kind of careful because we've got a lot of sand here. And so far I can't see much of the map, so don't know what kind of tricks we're going to get to do. Because there's some definite tricks in this game. Some of them, a lot of people might consider kind of sort of cheap. We'll vote down the road on how exploitative I can be. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get those settings over there. That'll give Ellie something to do. Basically, I need to always have at least 3 tasks going. Because anytime there's not at least 3 tasks going, they're going to stand around with their thumbs firmly planted in their backside. We don't want to let them do that. Drake! What's going on, buddy? Hit me with a trifecta as a way of saying hi. Okay, we got one more tile there to dig. We got a bunch here to... And now... let's give them something a little bit more to do. Is Twitch chat not showing up? Doesn't look like it. Give me a second. I don't know if that's yeah, that's on me. There you go. Now it should work. All right, that oxylite that was here has gone away, so we can get that tile replaced. One thing I have to be very mindful of, especially early game, the only oxygen generation I currently have is the oxylite just scattered around the map. It's basically only here in the starting area. Once it's gone, I have no oxygen generation. As I dig outwards, any area that didn't have oxygen in it, any area that had tiles in it, naturally occurring stuff, like all this dirt and sand and blah blah blah, well, it has to be filled with oxygen. Bonsalot, welcome back, bud. Yep, I kind of figured out, start playing this game, you'd come back. So I'm going to try to get this water out with the pitcher pump bottle emptiers. Once it's in this chamber... oh, crap. Remember what I said about not digging that water weed up? Yeah, I dug the fucking water weed up because I'm a dumbass. I got another one here. So I have to make absolutely certain not to dig that one up. I've been doing pretty good. been playing a hell of a lot of Satisfactory and taking a month off to get my bearings straight before I jump into a very hard playthrough on it. So with them all being on the same schedule, I'm just going to speed up time and let the night go by. A standard auction not included cycle a day is 600 seconds when played at 1x. You have 1x, 2x, and 4x in vanilla. There's mods that you can install to speed up time beyond that, and I do have a couple mods installed. Number one, the very first mod that I always recommend everybody get is a bigger zoom out mod, because that allows you to zoom out the entire map. Otherwise, you're limited to like that. That's like the most you can zoom out. But some of these planetoids are freaking huge. So the ability to zoom out farther is kind of huge. What do you mean, Bonslot? I'm gonna dig around that oxylite because I want that oxylite. I want all the oxygen that oxygen light is going to give me. As I already explained. But I also need to get to this. And actually, we're gonna get rid of this because we're just gonna drop this water. On most of these starts, these playthroughs, whatever, you're granted a finite amount of fresh water at the very beginning because your research will be done with fresh water. We're going to run out of fresh water very quickly. Ah, yeah. I've definitely enjoyed Satisfactory. Recently, I've been playing the crap out of Dyson Sphere in my off time. We have a research station. It's just not hooked up to a wire yet because I purposely don't hook it up until all that stuff's built because otherwise they like to run on the hamster wheel and not do a damn thing. Now it's hooked up to a battery, so when they run on the hamster wheel, nice little green indicator beside the battery will start coming up, and we'll know the battery's charged. I mean, I can. People are gonna have to be kind of okay with their genders being flipped because right now I got 2 girls and a boy. We're going to try to drop all this water, including this fish down here, because if you notice, there's another one of those little plants. And we want that fish in there with that plant. Because my dumbass dug up the other one. And I got about 4 days worth of food before I got to start thinking about more food. Right there, that's him having eaten some of that water weed, and now he's full of air. He's going to release it, which means I need to dig out those 2 tiles. Also need to unlock that portal. Actually, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that, and we're just going to dig those out and let it dry. It'll be fine. Honestly, I wanted to get this just so I'd stop that infernal beeping. I don't know if you guys could hear the beeping or not, but there was some definitive beeping that was kind of annoying to me. Water reed is still there. We have unlocked the tidal turbine, the gasket pattern, and the mesh tile. Those are all things I think you need right off the bat. And we're on cycle 3, which means we get freebies. We can either have a 4th dupe, which I'm not... cannot do building errands. And slow builder. So we'll just take the pearls. Because I can't really get pearls just yet. I mean, I can. There's a clam right here, but it's just not ready yet. So it's going to be faster to just get pearls that way. Alright, now we have a full battery, we have a research station. It's time to get some research going. And there's certain researches I always prioritize. Like, I want the planter box. I want to be able to build that little ration box. But mainly, I want the farm tile, and I want the mess table. Those are huge for me. I'm gonna go and deconstruct that because they're not in the right spot. Like a lot of Satisfactory, or a lot of ONI players, I try to follow the 4-tile building mechanic. And by that, I mean almost every single machine in the game can fit in a room that's 4 tiles high. There's a couple that you need a little bit more space for. I'm going to go ahead and set algae as something I want to track. Algae is going to be my first bit of oxygen generation. Well, be really smart and not dig that bastard up this time. It was a mistake, but I don't think it's going to be a mistake that's going to cost me. Like, I'm not going to die because I made that mistake. Oh, probably not. It's possible. Again, it's nighttime, so we're just going to speed up through the night. Once we get the horn, we know the night's over, and we can progress. The researcher is doing researchy task, builder is doing builder, and digger is doing diggies. And actually, I need to be careful. I don't want to dig through this stuff because it's full of nasty. Yeah, I didn't think we had those yet. We'll go over those once I actually have one. But I'm going to continue to dig out this because I want that to be my water pen. I need to move this over a little bit. And by that, I mean, I'm going to try to drop all of the fresh water I have into one room. That way we just have one big pool of all the fresh water I have. Because like I said, that's going to be my research. We were getting some research done, but we ran out of power. So, research. Yeah, we got the first one completely done. We're working on the second one. Second one's really important. And unfortunately, unlike some of the other games I've played, you can't queue up researches that aren't in the same tree, in the same line. If it's not a prerequisite, like you can research or queue up 5 down the way and it'll research all the prerequisites to it. But you can't queue up things that are not prerequisites. That might make a little bit of sense. I don't know. And we were talking about earlier that a dupe can dig 2 tiles above its head. It can also climb over a wall that's the same height as it. So a dupe is 2 tiles tall. Everything in the game is done in tiles. So I have a little wall here that's 2 tiles tall because I'm going to drop this water, and I do mean drop. I'm going to dig up here. I'm going to build a ladder up here, and I'm going to dig out this floor and let this water drop. I want this 2 tile tall wall so that the water has somewhere to go. This tile right here is what's called a mesh tile, and water just passes right through it. And we have some research done, which allows us to have mess tables. I want 3 of those. And then I want to get... We're going to be doing a lot of research early on. I'll skip the jumbo battery for right this second. I will grab that. And then I will be getting my... Then I'll be getting that. Those are always my first 4 researches because I want to set up a mess hall. Which right now, just having those mess tables in there, that's enough to give me a mess hall. But I want more than just a mess hall. I want a great hall. If you go in here to the room overlay, which I love, this is one thing I really wish would be added to more games is overlays. We've got the mess hall. It gives a morale +3 from eating in a room designated to eat. So you're not just sitting on the floor eating. Or you can get a great hall, which is a morale +4. I'd love to get a banquet hall, but yeah, we need some stuff for that. I do need to set this up the way I normally play, which is deconstruction only affects buildings, and the element overlay will be on gases. This is just how I choose to run my overlays, how I choose to run my default settings. One of the biggest things to really take note of, and Asha not included, is that every tile can only have 1 element in it. It can't have a liquid and a gas. It can't have a solid and a gas, or a solid and a liquid. We'll be taking advantage of that in a lot of ways. Also, things can't move diagonally. Like, everything has to move left to right, up to down. Diagonals are forbidden. Alright, that's my next research, which should give me the water cooler, which is awesome. I'm going to stick that over here in the corner. Gonna dig all this salt off the back wall, which is a new thing in the Aquatic pack. They may look like they're just standing around, but they're actually socializing, which is good for morale. Not really 100% sure why they're socializing and Travolta's not. Maybe he's just an outcast. Maybe he doesn't like those girls. Why are you guys sleeping over there? Oh, shit. In addition to yellow alert, you also have red alert. Which that is definitely a red alert. Because if they can't get to a bathroom, they don't worry about finding a bathroom, and they just like go right then and there. So you really want to make sure your dupes can get to a bathroom. And yes, they're called dupes. D-U-P-E-S, short for duplicate. There's also the bionic ones, which I choose not to play with, which are affectionately referred to as boops. You got dupes and you got boops. And we decided last time I was playing this that dupes are made of hydrogen and beans. Because they only weigh 30 kilograms. All of them. 30 kilograms. Which I think they actually increase that. I don't think it used to be that high. I think it used to be like 10. I mean, 30 kilograms for a full-grown human is still pretty damn small. That's what, like 66 pounds in freedom units? They're starting to build up a little bit on carbon dioxide, which is fine. I'm okay with that. And you may be wondering why I didn't build that one right away. I waited till those two were built first. I just don't want to mix my salt water with my fresh water. I said that things can't move diagonally, but dupes can build diagonally. We got 2 days worth of food left. So we need to start thinking about food. That is one of the reasons I have the planter box now. And yes, I have the hydroponic tile. I just choose not to use it. You'll understand why. Possibly. Want to get the flower pot. That's the last thing I need to get. Hydroponic tiles require dirt to build, and dirt is I mean, planter boxes do too, but. If I get lucky and I have pips on this map, we're probably not using planter boxes because we're going to exploit we're probably going to exploit kind of a cheaty thing. But right now, my researcher should be researching basically 24/7. I never want my researcher out here doing normal tasks. There's a reason she's a researcher. There's a whole lot of math I could be getting into with this game. I just don't want to. We can go over a couple basic numbers. Every single dupe on default settings will consume 1,000 kilocalories per cycle. So you have to be able to produce enough food that your dupes don't starve, because they will starve. They will starve, they will drown, they will suffocate, they will get scalded to death, they'll get frozen. I've not actually seen that one. Okay, I want to set this to something I will not have anytime soon. We're going to set this to Brackeen. I'm not going to get Brackeen for quite a while, so I'm okay with not having that. Egyptian! Now, you don't have to count calories, you just have to make sure they always have calories. And I built more flower or planter boxes than what I need for now. I will need more as I get more dupes. Okay, we got that. Let's go and get something planted in there. Really? We haven't gotten the... Oh, we haven't gotten that yet. I don't see any buried objects. There's one right there, and we can go get that. Two friends of mine have been pestering me to play this game, and for some reason I got hooked on the RimWorld. This game, I enjoy the crap out of this game. I don't know what it is about it, but I definitely enjoy ONI. I'm gonna try not let this little slug out. I want to dig up these 3 plants. The other ones are fine, they can stay in there. Any plant that's wild like that will grow and produce food and all that stuff. It'll just grow 4 times slower than it would if I had it in a planter box or planter tile. I don't know what they're called. Farm tiles. Yeah, that's what they're called. All right, and she's done researching, so it's time to get some more research done. We're going to start working towards bathrooms. It's really early, but we're going to start working towards legit plumbed bathrooms. We're going to get some of that fancy indoor plumbing. Honestly, Drac and some of those other ones be happy to know that literally I spent this entire week playing Dyson Sphere. I was playing Dyson Sphere up to about 2 minutes before the stream. Yeah, the biggest problem with this is it does have quite the learning curve. I just want to beat the game. And I am getting to the point where I think I'm figuring out the mechanics, which is kind of my big thing. Is I like figuring out mechanics. I am officially on green research in Dyson Sphere, and I think I just unlocked antimatter. I haven't gotten to the artificial sun yet. And I killed the dark fog hive that was in my cluster. And I've moved into one new cluster, and I'm about to move into a second one because I need grading crystals. The drawback is I've always said that I want to play Factorio at some point in time. And I wanted to go into it blind. Unfortunately, that doesn't really seem like it's going to be all that possible now because this is my digger. So digger gets a digging buff. Make her dig better, and now she can dig through harder materials. Right, and we got our initial uranium plug. That's good. What's going on, Johnny? Travoldo has earned a skill point. He is my researcher. Or no, Travoldo is my builder. But Ellie got a skill point too, so they all get a skill in their trade. And watch the water come down. When I said I was going to drop the water, I meant I was going to drop the water. I meant exactly what I said. And also, you see why I didn't plant the ones on the left. Okay, you are oxylite. We're not going to dig you up. We'll just dig out this way. That sound was the sound of research being complete, but she's still got another one to do, so yeah. Now time to drop some more water. But that's the major reason why you watched me build this little wall here. I need my water holding tank to be large enough to hold all the water that I'm about to throw into my water holding tank. Okay, so we dug up that mushroom cap, so I can bring that up here and plant, even though I got... Now we're going to let the water come down. Once it comes down to a certain point, because it does slowly flow from one side to another. So it's gonna take a minute. That's zinc, that's zinc. Zinc, 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 and more zinc. So yeah, we'll just finish digging that out. It is 1 p.m. on my end. Not that anyone asked, but... That's not good. Alright, we gotta change this. We got the research done, so time to get some more going. Don't care about that. We'll need that. Well, let's go ahead and get the bigger battery. And hey, it's cycle 6. So every 3 cycles, we get the ability to have another, potentially another dupe, if there's one worth of crap. I will not take a yokel. I'll take a yokel, but I will not take a loud sleeper. And at the moment, I can't really handle an irritable bowel, so we're just going to take this rosebush seed, which of course we take that right after we need it. One thing I noticed is this isn't all water. This is salt water over here. Nice thing is salt water is heavier than water, so... If I can pin the salt water over there, I'll be happy. Because I want the water, I don't want the salt water. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Right there. So I want this. One of the interesting things about this is most elements have a maximum density that they can be in a tile unless they're packed. And gases don't really care if you pack them. Liquids are a different story. They care a lot. And they will start exerting pressure damage. It's not something we have to worry about at the moment, so I need to slow down not so much my expansion, but my queuing up of things. With only having 3 dupes, I'm kind of limited by reasons. And I have a really bad habit of queuing up way too much stuff, and then wondering why it takes 40 cycles for my dupes to actually get anything done. Draka! We're going to dig this out so that this water will come down, over, and drop. Otherwise, we got to wait for this oxylite to burn out. Which, I mean, we easily can do. It's not going to take very long for that oxylite to burn. And by burn, it's what's called a sublimator. Subliminator? Sublimator? I don't know. Basically, it just means it's going to off-gas. We want it to off-gas. To a point. It's definitely going. I've already got my bathrooms up. I've got my bedrooms up. I'm waiting for somebody to go over and stick a plant in a pot so we can have our Great Hall going. Digging down to the gum palm so I can have that. There's a lot of algae down here. Okay, so I've got 2 waterweed here, but I don't see a bloater in here, so that's not a good thing. It's not inherently a bad thing. It would just be a lot better if there was a bloater with that waterweed. Okay, research is complete. On to the next one, which we're not going to do coal engines, but we will do... Yeah, we don't need anything in that. Oh, yeah, we do. We need the... I guess we don't really need the tidal turbine. It's already unlocked. Get brute force refinement. It's a good early one to have. But now you're kind of sort of seeing why I made my water tank a little bit larger. Also got a bunch of oxylite over here. Trying to make sure that there's not tiles directly above these bloaters, because oxygen likes to get stuck. And when it gets stuck, it starts getting really compact, and then if you've ever been in an area with high pressure, you'll understand the issue with having your eardrums pop. Okay. Like DSP, I know very little about this game, so I'm going to be much more quieter, enjoying random conversation in this game. That's fine. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This game, unlike DSP, I know this game. Oh, shit, I don't want to do that yet. Just want somebody to come put this damn plant. Into him. More research is complete. We'll go ahead and get advanced research. I don't need it just yet, but it's better to have it. I like this game. I like the idea. I just haven't ventured into play yet. It's worth it. Like I've said many, many times, I have like 2,000 hours in this. It does get a bit repetitious. And the auto load, it's not the most optimized game in the world. So when you get 1,000, 2,000 plus cycles in, you have to start really micromanaging some things in order to keep the game playing well. I mean, I can show you my other game or my other save on this that I've got like 2,600 cycles in. And every cycle, that little horn that you see drop in the center and that weird noise, that's the autosave sound. And yeah, it's a good like 5 to 10 seconds. And I play at 4x speed. All right, everything is done now. We can mop that up. There's finally a mod for save. Because I know Bonsalot, he knows this game quite well, and it's nice to see that there's a lot of stuff that it probably doesn't have to be saved. I'm pretty sure ONI is coded in Unity, and I know Dyson Sphere is too. I was really surprised that Dyson Sphere plays as well as it does. But I mean, I still haven't gotten to super huge galactic factories yet. I need to. So we got another gum palm up here. I need to get up here, get this mopped up, and then we'll go up. That'll be next cycle. That'll be on cycle 8. Need to start looking for a 4th dupe. Oh, 2 cycles. I got. That batch of salty sticks will be ready about the time I need them to be. Alright, so we're gonna go up. When in doubt, go uppies. So there's a little bit more water up here. And we're gonna, like I said, we're going to bring all that water. Unity as software is good. As a company, they have become greedy, but you can make anything you want. You want in programming. That's all about the right language from the domain C++ enough for games. The dev knows how, or at least my limited 20 years of programming in C++ and .NET in general. Yeah, that's the major thing. Let me pull that. Let me grab that link that Bonslot just sent. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Bons. We're gonna do something kind of weird here because I don't want to let that. I would prefer not to let that stupid asshole out. Oh, I'm still on quarter. Yeah, that's the speed I normally play at. But for streams, I don't play. We don't do 4x. We're going to grab those. I'm hoping I have a better seed this time than my other playthrough. My other playthrough literally doesn't have any water vents at all. It has a hot steam and a cool steam vent. That's it for water. And polluted brine and saltwater. Because there will be a saltwater vent somewhere on this map. I think it's part of the aquatic pack. Do you use mass move tool mod? No. The only mods I really have installed is the further zoom out and the blueprint mod. And I'm just happy to see that they finally fixed the blueprint mod because it was not working for shit. Rummage and somebody get a pair of booties. And we'll give those to Catalina. I try not to use a whole lot of mods in most of the games I play. Well, it's quite handy when you need to relocate a bunch of stuff, just quality of life. Yeah, I could see that. So we're going to give Travoldo the swimsuit. It's kind of annoying when I've got to load up a rocket or whatnot, and it's either try to find somewhere to put like 10 fucking storage bins. Like right now on my other save, the one that my personal one, I'm currently trying to set up a niobium tamer and going to incorporate amber into it so I can generate water for a water source for a trickle hydra. We got 3 gum palms. That's not bad. One thing I need to do is I need to look for Pac-Mans. I don't see any. I don't see any Pac-Mans. God damn it. Okay. Got a lot of algae and slime. That's all. The radioactive looking stuff is algae. The other is slime, and I can turn slime into algae. I just have to clean it first. I want to try tough planetoid mod called 100K challenge. People saying it's unbeatable. Yeah, I'm not great at a lot of the like challenge mods or the challenge stuff on this game. We're approaching cycle 9, so should potentially be able to get a 4th dupe, as long as we get one that's not complete ass. Dig those out because I'll take the salty sticks. I'll definitely take the free food. I'll take the husher cups. Something entombed. Because I need to get a farmer and or a rancher, one of the two. That is fresh water, so that will be getting dropped. Once I have all my fresh water collected, I'll probably put a lid on it. Kind of help keep the not fresh water away from my fresh water. This is called the Aquatic Planet Pack for a reason. There's a lot of water. The drawback is it's not fresh water. It's not water you can drink. Weird thing is I see all this. I haven't even seen a graphite layer yet. Or granite layer. I don't know why I said graphite. So one of two things will happen. Either that asshole will fall down into this pit and I'll have to try again, or he'll stay up here and I'll be happy. And there's a reason I call these things assholes. Once there's an egg, they become very, very, very aggressive. Nope, a jump ball. Said one of two things was going to happen. Yep, it's auction not included week. What do you mean not 5:30 p.m. here? C sharp, not C plus. I've always just called it C plus. Or yeah, oh yeah, C sharp is C. Yeah, C sharp's different than C plus. Yeah, well, the fact that I default to C plus, that kind of shows my age there. Now, my major problem is the fact I can't move that jerk crab yet. But I will be able to. C plus plus is C plus plus, and then there's C, and then there's C sharp. Yeah. I wasn't really paying that much attention, to be completely honest. I used to do programming and stuff. It's just been decades. Oh no, she's stuck. Ah! I love making them fall. Okay, so now we can get this out. I've been debating learning Rust. Rust is a good language. It's a big boon if you have experience with other languages that use their package managers and such. One thing is, we get to decide what I'm playing next week. Oh, Dracus, I have literally spent all weekend playing Dyson Sphere. I think I'm kind of getting the hang of some of the stuff. I mean, I started a new playthrough. Using the little bit of knowledge I had to potentially not make things as horrible, I still made some pretty horrible shit. I discovered, what is it, Nilaus as a content creator, and downloaded some of his blueprints. Okay, so we can take this. I can do this. It's going to be extra fast because it's Twinkle Toes. It's not a rancher, but it's immune to food poisoning. So basically, it doesn't have to. This dupe doesn't have to wipe its butt. And the only drawback is it has a decreased germ resistance, so it would get food poisoning more easily. But it's immune to food poisoning, so it's only going to get slime lung and zombie spores. And I've never had a dupe get zombie spores. I don't know if this factors for radiation sickness. But the other choice is a biohazardous, so same, yokel that can't do researching, and undigging that digs slow as crap. So it's a digger that sucks at digging. We'll take the other one. And I always have 3 dupes per schedule, so we'll duplicate this schedule, and we'll move this. So basically, I want them to wake up right as the other one's going to bed. Then next week you'd have to end with Factorio. I don't have Factorio. I'd have to buy Factorio. Because I did think about that. It might go on the list. I just, like I said, I don't have it. And that's a Thursday thing when we start talking about what next week's stream is. But at least now I feel like I would have kind of an idea going into Factorio. Not trying to advertise my stuff here, but I have a program that I made for Satisfactory that helps with blueprint management, like between saves. Sure, you can do it the hard way, or you can have everything ready at the click of a button. It was done in C#. I'd share it if people showed interest. Make sure to advertise that in the Discord. I don't use a whole lot of blueprints, and generally I just copy and paste the files because it's not that big of a deal for me. But I can see that being a useful thing. I will always priority 9 these things. Sell to Singularity. I think my you can just put in the Satisfactory channel, Draka. I think my youngest has played Sell to Singularity. I think. See, the scary thing about this game, this is my stop smoking game. I will play this game for 12 to 16 hours on end, and I will not smoke a single cigarette. Because it's always, well, I've got this one more thing to do. It'll just take a couple minutes. Just take a couple minutes. And then I got something else to do. And I got something else to do. And I got something else to do. This game eats time. In the best possible way. Okay. Nope. Where are my airflow tiles? Yeah, not a problem, man. My only issue with people like advertising stuff like that is when it becomes apparent that that's all they're around for. That irks me. Okay, so Liam is, anytime you print a dupe, you get a free skill. And since this is a digging, cooking doctor, we're going to factor, we're actually going to go, yeah, we'll do grilling. Get some cooking. And we need to set his priorities. So we're probably going to set farming up 1 and cooking up 2. So he will primarily take care of my farming. This did count as a great hall because it is a large enough room. Yeah, and that's the only reason I don't care if you share it, because I know that's not your primary motivator for being here. Yeah, I think we're almost done dumping all the water. Do have a little, that's salt water, so I don't care about that. We got plenty of salt water. I do not need to worry about salt water. Okay, we're about halfway to this next skill point. This here is salt water, so I do need to be kind of careful with it. Had I actually been paying attention, I wouldn't have, it wouldn't have gotten this bad, but I wasn't paying attention. All right. Satisfactory. I've seen a lot of stuff for Satisfactory recently. And now let me see what it is here in the States. Just because something's one price. Yeah, it's $9.74 here in the U.S. because it's currently 35% off. All right, so we got all that salt water mopped up using kind of a, I don't really know if I want to call that a trick or not, but since liquids move when they have space to move, you can only mop up to 150 kilos. Anything above 150 kilos, it will come up saying too much liquid. Well, when you very first get the fluids to move, there's a chance you can catch it quickly enough to be able to send a mop command. And sometimes it only mops a little bit, and sometimes they'll sit there and mop until it goes away. There was some game. Oh, I was looking at the personalized calendar on Steam for me, and because one day when I wasn't streaming, I decided to spend a couple hours on that arcane library, that librarian tidying up the arcane library game, because my kid had it, and it was something to do. And now I noticed there's like 8 freaking clones of it coming out. Okay. So that's mucin. That's not water. That is a slug slime. So I really probably need to get that slug out of there before it kills that tree. Because it will kill that damn tree. Roadside research? The newest, the supermarket one? Like I said, there's like 5 or 6 clones of that arcane library game coming out in the next like month. kind of sad. Okay. Time to do a little exploitation. Just a little exploitation. Just a wee bit. And hopefully this freaking beacon isn't dumb enough to get itself stuck over here, because I need it close to this blue coral. It seems like there's a never-ending stream of new games coming out. Drawback is a lot of them don't seem all that interesting. It's like I told Casper to, if I ever try to buy any of the Anno games, to take my PC away. Shit. I'm assuming that's supposed to be Coconut Simulator. Yeah, I was hoping that wasn't supposed to be Cocknut. Because I don't need a game to simulate that. The one thing I do need to do is I need to set. And we're going to keep digging downwards. We need to explore. It might have gotten crackly. I bumped my microphone. Yeah, there's a lot of games that you couldn't pay me to freaking own. The auction's getting a little thin, so I do need to start thinking about that one. But that's kind of why I'm trying to do this. And there was a game called, like, I think it was called, like, this game costs $100 or $1,000 or something like that. And it was such an unfinished piece of shit. And people still bought it. I'll judge. A lot of times it's content creators who are doing it because they know it's kind of a meme game. Okay, so we have meteor showers here. That's not good. Or kind of. Let's do something. Okay, so we're going to have slimy meteors, ice meteors, and copper meteors. So we're not going to get regolith. When we look at just this, we have 16 unknown geysers. We have an oil reservoir, which that just tells me I have oil biomes, which is yay. Polluted brine vent, yeah, and saltwater geyser. Those are basically guaranteed on the aquatic pack. At least from what I've been able to tell. Okay, so I need to set something up real quick. Wasn't there a slug in here? Where did the slug go? I need a CO2 sink. Why do I need a CO2 sink? CO2 is a sterile environment. Therefore, if I put my food in the sterile environment, food won't go bad as fast. If I want the food to just not go bad at all, you put it in a sterile environment and you deep freeze it, which I'll try to get to that point. The beacon did not get stuck. This is what I meant by pressure damage. I basically crammed too much salt water in here, so it's trying to burst through that wall, and it will. And I don't care. Alright, so we got a beach area. This is the first time I've seen an abyssalite wall, so we're starting to get past the initial area, which is good. Since there's no slug in here, I'm just gonna mop all this crap up. I don't know what happened to the slug. It died, I guess, and it didn't lay an egg. Okay, and I do have manual airlocks, so I can... Basically, what I want to do is I want to force my... I want to force all the carbon dioxide down here. But by getting rid of all that slug slime, I've got a whole lot of oxalite over here just breathing for me. Here he is, and here he is, and here he is, and here he is! Exactly. have any more level 1 research? Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. Back in one of my most enjoyable games, because that's what people voted for. Okay, there's very certain things I want to put in here. Polluted dirt, slime. I have not encountered yet. I can't. There's a big chunk of slime right there. But polluted dirt off gases polluted oxygen, which I don't want to deal with. Polluted oxygen gives, if they breathe it in, it gives a side effect of yucky lungs. It can also harbor slime lung germs, which I'm gonna try my damnedest not to let slime lung get loose. But if I do, I know ways to get rid of it. It's not that hot, just people are whiny. 107 today. And that's pretty damn hot. Actually, I don't want this. I don't want this here. I want it here. I want to tear that down. I'm gonna put another one. I don't even know what it's like outside. I've been outside. I've had like 2 or 3 cigarettes today, and that's like the only time I go outside. Yeah, we've had the flooding here. It rained a fair amount last week. I got any other skill points? 1400 52, 35, 40. We're getting there. Flat lands, you expect that more over you. It's not that flat here. It's not mountainous. But I'm not in like the plains. I'm just waiting for this to get built. And if what I remember is correct, they will literally look at the closest job that has the closest resources for that job. You know, unlike like Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere and like that, basically anything you see on the ground, all this stuff, that's all usable in some way, shape, or form. And as long as they can get to it, that's all they care about. Drawback is right now, because these are all super early dupes, they can't really carry anything. In case you were wondering why I moved, that is because I could put this in. And that is only there because I want it close to that. That is my light overlay. If you are in a lit area, you work faster. I mean, who would have thunk that, you know, being in a well-lit area makes you work faster? Right now I have about 5 tons of algae. That's not going to last very long. We're down to barely breathable. So we definitely need to start thinking about our shit. It's not like you make moves with more confidence or anything. And like, yeah, exactly. Who would ever think that, you know, work faster in the light? Okay, so that is now working. So, which is great because now we're going to I'll give the dupes a little bit of a job. And come up this way. There. Yep. There you guys go. Get that done. say we join pro sports teams regardless of our injuries. I mean, I could say something. I'm just trying not to. This whole getting old thing sucks. Of course, leave it to Johnny to find some way he can still play hockey. Not living down that whole Canadian stuff, are you, Johnny? Okay, cycle 12. Time for a new dupe. Maybe. I don't want to get another dupe yet because I need to get my auction sorted first. Well, Johnny, you could always do curling. You're Canadian enough. I've heard your voice. You can get away with curling. Alright, so this is an auction diffuser. You stick algae in and it spits out auction. Yay. Unfortunately, it consumes the auction. Almost everything in this consumes something. Do we get me on ESPN the Ocho? I love a good dodgeball reference. I'm gonna let him get that power wire built before I queue up anything else. Also, we need to get that. It's a bold strategy, got. Let's see if it pays off. I have one functional leg. Curling's out for me. I'm sure you can find some way to do it. Hey, Johnny, you can get into that competitive maple tree tapping speedrun shit we were talking about. Maple tree tap speedrunning. Each one of these is good for 5.5 dupes. I have 4. So I could have a 5th one, but remember, I don't have a whole lot of algae, and that thing's going to eat through it real fast. So we need to dig out more. And there's a good chunk of algae right here. I'm not shocked, Johnny. I'm not shocked at all. Looks graceful. I mean, can you be Canadian and not have curled at least once? Isn't it like a school sport for y'all? I have no freaking clue. Alright, we have power. Yep, I don't have to run on the wheel anymore. Cool. Time to start digging. Going down. I'm not super worried about going over here because I know this is going to be. I probably do need to go over here because I need to get something from the swamp biome. But I can't actually dig through that shit yet, so. Nice thing is, I should be pretty damn good on sand. Yeah, I got 85 tons of sand. We're good on sand. One, two, three, four, 5. Door, check. That'll be just big enough. Pretty sure we did go curling in elementary school. So curling for you guys is like kickball for us. My favorite freaking meme of all time was they say you can't hear a picture, and it's a picture of the red rubber ball that we all used for kickball. Bullshit, you can't hear that goddamn thing. Have you ever dreamed of being a figure skater? But I pulled off some sick moves on the ice a time or two. Yeah, but were they intentional sick moves, or were they purely accidental, I'm trying not to bust my ass sick moves? The smack of that ball hitting the gym floor by the dozens. Yep. We all know the sound of that ball. They were pratfalls turned into sick moves. That's what I was going for. I don't really need to get anything up here, but if there's going to be a saltwater vent, it's going to be in this biome. There is something I'm looking for, which is part of the reason I'm doing a little exploration. And I'm also really glad that happened. This right here is called a liquid lock. There's oxygen here, there's oxygen here. But remember what I said earlier, things can't move diagonally. You can only move left or right or up down. And either which way that oxygen tries to move, it's got a freaking bit of water in its way. And like I said, only one element per tile. Well, for Johnny, they're standard apparel. But it's a conscious decision for Johnny. There's 3 of these on the map. There's one in the swamp, there's one in the saltwater, and then there's one down in the polluted brine, which is a little hot. And basically, she wants something each time. I think it's this one or the other one that's an absolute freaking pain in the ass. One of them wants like 20 sushi, which is a pain to freaking make. All right. Now that we have that, it's time to make something. We're going commando and a 2-2 is frowned upon. Yeah, kind of, a little bit. I don't actually need 3 spaces here, but I'll take 3 spaces. Okay. And just because I've done this so goddamn many times. It's actually kind of scary how many times I've done that. There we go. It's going to take a hot minute to build, but something I very much want built. Yeah, I'm mostly bare-skinned. Just the stamp. It sounds about like honey. Speaking of sounding like Johnny. Johnny every Friday night, right there. Just, I don't know how well you guys can hear the sound either. Yeah, plunging the toilet. I don't think that's plunging the toilet. But once this is all set up the way I want it set up, I don't have to plunge toilets anymore. Macaroni in a pot, macaroni in a pot, macaroni in a pot. Yep. Gotta have some of those macaroni and cheese noises. Somebody else can explain it. I'm live, so I gotta behave myself a little bit. If macaroni and cheese sounds like that, I want no part of it. Oh, great thing they added with the Aquatic pack is if your dupe suffocates or drowns, they can still be rescued for like 60 seconds afterwards, and the other dupe that saves them will try to perform CPR. And the CPR animation does include the atomic elbow. Because can you really do CPR on somebody without dropping a freaking heavy elbow on them? I don't know if they smack their elbow before they drop it, though. Because you can't drop an elbow unless you light that up a couple times. You gotta light the fuse before you drop the hammer. Is that song kid friendly or should I use headphones? It is not kid friendly, no. I don't even know what song he's talking about, but I know the reference well enough to know what the macaroni and cheese noise is supposed to be in reference to, so I'm gonna say the song is not child friendly. Okay, so we're just waiting on Catalina to get their skill point. Well, I don't know. I'm going to make a statement here because everybody raises their kids differently. Do you think the song WAP is kid friendly or not? Okay, I guess I'm talking about the same song. Tittles. That should be the new word. Instead of saying titties, we say tittles. It's the kid-friendly way of saying it. Neither do I. But unfortunately, I'm aware of the song. Nice little trick. Polluted water sucks because, as you see, it off gas is nasty, nasty crap. It's basically a big old jug of pee. Pea water is heavier than normal water, so you just drop it into normal water and it stays down here where you don't have to worry about it. The drawback is because it's bathroom polluted water, it has a bunch of germs in it. So that's all germs. But I have learned an interesting way to get rid of those germs. Okay, plumbing. No, it's under medicine. We want a sink. I was going to tear down this outhouse. Which one of you guys are going to be nasty? Look at Travolta being all nasty. You didn't wipe your hands, Travolta. Nasty. Dirty. Mainly because there wasn't a station for him to wash his hands. He's going to get the food poisoning. Pretty sure he's more likely to get pink eye. But that right there is the major reason I only keep 3 dupes on a schedule. That way I don't have to build more than 3 sinks and toilets. Speaking of toilets, plumbing. Moving on up, moving on up. Getting that sexy, sexy freaking indoor plumbing. By the time I was my eldest age, I had seen and done a lot worse things. She is 10, but my kids don't like most modern music at all. They think it sounds like trash, their words, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds like my kids. Okay, I want to hook this up for just a second. I don't need a lot. And that should be enough. I'll never need this again. That's right. That's right. All right. We have a sink. We have indoor plumbing. We got a fancy outhouse. Time to get number 2, and then we'll get number 3. And I'm trying not to take these down, like all 3 of them down at once. That way, you know, if they gotta go, they can go. Alright. We got a nice little colony achievement, which that is literally just to have indoor plumbing. And every time they use the toilet or wash their hands, it will come down here. Get cleaned and put right back in. Okay, we have indoor plumbing. Yay! Now time to go get the last thing required. It's not really required, but it's kind of required. Because the drawback is, if you're just recycling your dirty water over and over and over from your bathroom, from your toilet, you're adding water to that, literally. So at some point in time, this system is going to back up. It's going to fill up. We don't want that to happen, right? Okay. A whole lot of granite here with some sand. That looks like another beach. So we're going to try to look for one of 3 plants. There's 3 plants that will help us with our toilet endeavors. Well, there's actually one of like 6. But it depends on if we're going to use clean water or dirty water. My goal is to use dirty water. And in which case, there's 3 plants that consume dirty water. But they want to dig down instead of digging the direction I want them to. Instead of going the direction I want them to go. And I need to be kind of careful because there's a bunch of water weed in there. Okay, I'll take that. That's good. And the 3 dupes suck. I mean, this one's not bad. But until I get my auction a little bit better situated, we can't do anything. We can't really have another dupe. That's one of the major things is not only do you have to include auction, you have to make sure you're including enough auction to actually be able to keep your peoples alive. Because they get kind of mad when they all of a sudden run out of auction. I don't know why. I don't know why they'd get upset about running out of O2 either. Not like they needed to survive or anything. But the funny thing is, since a lot of you guys come from like Satisfactory and stuff like that, you want to know how to do priority pipes and stuff in this? Right here. This is a priority junction. That's all there is to it. At any point in time, the pipe will prioritize going through a bridge until the bridge completely backs up. Once the bridge completely backs up, it will use the other pipe. That's all that is. That is a priority junction. Oh, that's why I brought it up, Draka. Because it's so ridiculously simple in this. However, depending on what direction your bridge is in, you can set it up to quite a few different methods. And actually, remember that nasty, dirty, filthy freaking piss water that I had? Yeah, we're gonna take care of those germs. Yeah, see all those germs? We're gonna get rid of them. But thankfully in Satisfactory, we don't have to deal with germs. I'm noticing. My brain starts going faster. My fingers, yep. Yep, that's a side effect I've dealt with most of my life. When bad fingies want to be bad fingies. We're going to do this the Madame Curie way. We're going to get rid of germs the old-fashioned Madame Curie way. We're just going to expose them to a whole lot of radiation. It'll be fine. No one's ever died from radiation. Ever. In the history of mankind. Pretty sure Madame Curie would like to have a word about that. And see, this little guy, as long as he is exposed to light, like from this fish, it will spit out oxygen. The problem is, right now, all the oxygen is getting trapped right there. I'm not getting any of it. Ah, there's what I'm looking for. How do you fix that? This is called an airflow tile. It is exactly as the name suggests. It is a tile that allows air to flow. And in this case, any type of gas. I mean, it's one of the it's a naming convention like me, like the stuff I do. Now the thing is, airflow tiles do not allow liquids to pass. It is just gases. So basically, I'm putting in a air pipe. As you see, the air's. This is the gas overlay that I'm currently in. Well, for anybody who's not super aware of it, the air we breathe is not, it's primarily oxygen, but it's not just oxygen. I think it's like 60% oxygen, 30% nitrogen, and then a whole bunch of other crap. So he's going to put this air pipe in, and as soon as the air comes around here, it's going to bubble up. And then it'll be accessible. He needs a little bit of air, so he's going to take a little, he's going to grab this little pocket. Unfortunately, that little pocket is 30 kilos of air. If it was 100% oxygen, we'd live way different lives. Yeah! Yeah, considering how flammable pure oxygen is. Okay, Trivaldo is my builder. I'm going to let him finish building before I give him a skill point. I'm pretty sure pure oxygen is flammable. I could be wrong. I mean, I know it's definitely an oxidizer in it. It feeds fire. I just don't know if it itself qualifies as a fuel source. It is the oxidizer. Yeah, that's why it's called oxidizer. It itself is not flammable. Makes sense. It's kind of like how water is not actually conductive. That's a fun experiment to play with people. You can stick a live wire in a jug of 100% pure oxygen or pure water and stick your hand in the other side and you won't get shocked. Why is that not burping? That should be burping, but it's not. So we'll bring that up the rest of the way. Trapped. Who's trapped? Why are you trapped? You're not trapped. You lie. Okay, we got a seed. We want to put one of those seeds in here. Flammable. Yep, flammable, flammable. Close enough. Now, the only drawback is the stupid fucking carbon dioxide chunk they got in here. Wake up. The nice thing is if she pisses herself in this polluted water, I mean, it's polluted water. It's already nasty. Yes. Oh, I see what's going on. It's not this at all. It's this. It's a 3-tile drop. Whenever she wakes her ass up, alright. So even though that looks like a whole lot of germs and you probably can't read the numbers that are on my screen, the germ count right next to that door is going down. Why? Because that door right there is radioactive. Because I made that door out of uranium. I got my drinky drink. I got my stretch. I knew it was coming. I fixed my posture. See, that tile had been at 15K. Now it's down to 12. It's not going to drop quickly, but it will slowly reduce. Well, how about you go dig out that tile so you can get out of there, you dumb. Yeah, whatever. Old boy came and freaking saved you anyways. Alright. So we got our thimbleweed seed. Thimbleweed is... Ooh. And that's the other thing I'm looking for. Hi, little buddy. You're coming home with me. That is what I've been looking for. I wanted one of these. Maya wants one of these. I will want one of these as well because these guys, these little light bugs, but you gotta admit, it kind of looks like a flying light bulb. Take a light bulb and turn it upside down and stick a freaking fidget spinner on the top. You get a shine bug. They're radioactive. And since, as I just pointed out, radiation kills germs, you can stick a shine bug next to a whole big old chunk of slime and it will kill the slime lung germs that are in it. Slime and lung germs suck. Thank you for the bits, Draka. I appreciate the hell out of that, man. The reason slime lung germs suck is slime lung proliferates in polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen is extremely easy to have everywhere. They will live in oxygen, but they'll slowly die. And anytime somebody contracts slime lung, they will literally be coughing up slime lung germs everywhere. Gotta keep my weekly 69. Yeah, I mean, it is a new week, isn't it? Yeah, this little bastard right here I've been looking for. These little bastards are one of the best critters in the entire game. Not the stupid shrine bug, but the pip. Pips are amazing for multiple reasons. First and foremost, they eat thimbleweed. So this plant that I just went and got a seed for, they eat them. And they poop out dirt, which is great. Dirt's used in a lot of things. They're easy as holy crap to ranch, so they're an easy source of meat. They also have a unique ability to wild plant. You put a seed in a room with a pip, they will find somewhere in the ground to stick that freaking seed and let it grow. And meat is food. Food is good. That right there, that is the worst germ in the game. Those are called sporkids. They produce what's called zombie lung or zombie spore. You can imagine anything called zombie anything is not good. So we'll have to kill those things. What is ugly, the flowers or the pips? Yeah. The funny thing is they have the highest decor of any plant. They're just really bad. I've seen people literally take and run these little 2-tile gap rooms. Actually, I don't know, like 1 tile, because spore kits are only 1 tile tall and they require no fertilization. But they'll sit there and run a tile of like window tiles, plastic tiles, any transparent tile, then a row of like farm tiles, stick a crap ton of spore kits in it, and then flood the room with CO2 and seal it, just to have the decor boost. That's the other thing I wanted. It's arbor trees. Got a fair amount of them, and mealwood. Mealwood's not all that important, but I'd rather be running mealwood than the salty sticks. This is kind of my least favorite food, but it's the Aquatic Pack exclusive food. It's the food you're supposed to start Aquatic Pack with. This is my 3rd playthrough on Aquatic, and every single time I've gotten pips. So I'm kind of curious if they're meant to go hand in hand. And that's the edge of the map. BRB on my other account on my phone. So according to the game, they are the best looking, but they are also terrible for your people. Exactly. I got some things to get done before I have to go for a short drive. That's fine. I appreciate you hanging out. Okay, so now with the double. There's room for the CO2 and room for the oxygen. The oxygen will purge itself out. CO2 will just sink to the bottom. It's fine. Where the hell is Amaya? She needs to see the new critters. Oh, we got a Pac-Man. Yeah, I appreciate that, Drac. I like having you here too. Yeah, I've been keeping you company. Oh, yeah. A lot of them just put me on in the background and go about their day, which I appreciate, because even them just sitting there letting it in the background, that's still views for me. I don't know how the hell I feel about YouTube released a statement about they're changing how the views work on YouTube. And now, literally, if somebody watches a single frame of your long-form content, it qualifies as a view. Which has its ups and downs, because it kind of seems like somebody could just mash the holy crap out of the F5 key, and that would be enough. I want to try to get over here. Don't dig out the magic tile. Against that. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to program some type of safeguard for it, but it's also YouTube. So. Now that oxygen can get out. Okay, so that's a saltwater geyser. Just go ahead and dig that bastard out. Oh, I'll dig out the magic tile. You're not aware of what I mean by the magic tile. There's a single tile on every single volcano, geyser, vent, natural producer, whatever you want to call it, that if it's not dug out, it doesn't work. You can do everything else except for this one tile on it is 2 to the left and 2 up. 2 above the neutronium. Which neutronium in this game is completely and totally impermeable. You cannot melt it, you cannot dig it, you cannot do anything to it. It will not go away. It is there forever. And ever and ever and ever. So it's 58% to reproduction. He needs another 42%. He reproduces 2% every cycle. So in 24 cycles, I can get a pip egg and move the pip, unless I can get a rancher by then. Harvest, and harvest. Okay. So we go back and look at our germs. You'll notice there's a lot less germs in that water. It's amazing what happens when you put a little radiation in your water. Can you get a glassnite egg as well? I mean, I can name one of them glassnite, so I can have glassnite in the pips. Johnny didn't think I knew where he was going with that, because he likes to try to throw random musical references at me and make fun of me when I don't know what he's talking about. But I knew what he was talking about this time. I'm smart. Oh, the other nice thing about having a pip is I gotta ask you guys a question. How exploitative am I allowed to be during this series? Did I do exploits? Am I allowed to do exploits? He's talking about Last Night and the Pips. It was a musical group back in like the freaking 30s when Johnny was a kid. Okay, so I'll need to set up a room for the exploit. That'll work. Technically speaking, I don't even need to do this exploit. I can do it a different way. But I'll kind of show people how the exploit works. I dropped my vape the other day, and now I have to like hold down the atomizer in order to get it to actually pull. Yep. Another day, and another no dupe. Alright, now that I've done some exploration, do we have any Pac-Mans? This is what I mean by a Pac-Man. Is obviously there had been tiles here, so when you look at this, it looks like a Pac-Man. And you can normally spot them. The easy way to tell where a volcano or a geyser is. Well, I chose a geoactive map, but this ain't very fucking geoactive. Isn't this geoactive? Yeah, geoactive. Where the hell's all my freaking geysers and vents? Is the map procedural? Yes. They are procedurally generated maps. Every single one is different. Me? Make fun of you? Shirley, you just. And yes, I'll call you Shirley if I want to. Really? We're going to keep doing the airplane references? I don't know. I only saw that one duplicate. Big chunk of obsidian. I'd like to find a water vent, or better yet, a cold polluted water vent. Twitch do crackhead things? That would never happen. Lies and slander, Johnny. Lies and slander. Slanderous lies. I mean, honestly, the fact that I got my bathroom set up before cycle, like, I think it was done before cycle 15. That's pretty impressive. Now, thimble reeds, the reason why I wanted a thimble reed to handle my wastewater, which I haven't even started backing up wastewater yet, but thimble reed doesn't require any solid fertilizer. All it requires is to be peed on a lot. So it's a great way to get rid of pee. Also, thimbleweed fiber, what you get from growing thimbleweeds, is used to make atmosuits. Which atmosuits are basically spacesuits. Germ overlay. That's the germ overlay. You know, you don't see in that water anymore any germs. You tell it's a germ overlay because there's all the slime lung. You're gonna entomb it. Let's get you out of there before you entomb yourself like a dumbass. Because the dupes will actually build blocks on their head. They will prove to you exactly how much of a blockhead they really can be. I've had to like literally restart playthroughs because I've got a map or a planet or something that has one dupe on it, and they decided to build themselves into a damn tile. And, you know, they're on another planet, so I can't just send somebody to go dig them out. You guys did such a good job. I'm going to make you do more. Doing on both the phone and tablet. Yeah, it sounds like an app issue. Research is complete! Yay! Okay, now that this is thoroughly de-germed, that's weird. All right, that room is set up for a pip. And we're down to under 3 tons of algae. The pip is at 60% reproduction, so another 20 cycles. Having the pip also unlock something else for me. We could theoretically start cranking a lot more water out. Or a lot more oxygen out. Am I doing weird on PC too? I was muted out of nowhere. I haven't heard a damn thing for like 5 minutes now. Yeah, if you don't hear anything for a couple minutes, that's, you know, it ain't me. We all know I don't go 5 minutes without talking. Oh, that'll work. It sounds about, but at the same time, I mean, I'd be a pretty crappy content creator if I, wasn't actually being entertaining for 5+ minutes on end. Dog is whining. I gotta let him out, so I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Back in the saddle again. Oh, honestly, dude, you can ask Casper. Like, day to day, I'm normally really quiet. Okay. So Ellie got food poisoning. And that could have been sitting there for a while. Like, she could have contracted food poisoning a while ago, and it just took a little while for it to actually kick in. That happens. So she's gonna be a little on the slow side for the next couple days. She'll be fine. She just needs to poop a couple times. Drawback is I remembered a couple minutes ago that I was literally supposed to get another thing printing this morning when I woke up, and it's a 12-hour print, so yeah, that's a slight problem. Yeah. I had an order for 2 of these 12-hour prints to go out today, and or actually they're supposed to go out yesterday. And I started one last night about 6 o'clock, and it finished at 6 a.m. and I was supposed to get it going again, and I forgot. I also need to put Pip Egg on here. Unless Liam can get another skill point in the next 20 cycles. Oh, IRL. Now we're starting to back up on water, which is a good thing. We're not backed up enough, but we're close. No, I'd go down and start the print again, but like I said, it's 12-hour print. It's 3 p.m. my time, so it still wouldn't be done until early morning. So there's no point. There's not really any difference between starting it now and starting it at the end of stream. But basically, I'm waiting for these things up here to lay their eggs. A wild critter only lays 1 egg in their life. Once it lays its egg, I move the egg, because I don't need any special skills, to go pick up an egg and move it. But for some reason, I need a special skill in order to pick up a big-ass slug or a snail and move it. Yeah, it just all depends on what time I wake up. Like, I got up today at 4 a.m., so... And when I have to use the restroom next, I'll just go downstairs and use the bathroom down there and clear the printer and restart it. It doesn't take very long. So I need to get everything out of that room. this little room that I made. I need to get everything out of here. Because when I put a pip in here, it will try to pick up any seed it can and put it in that flower pot that's now covered by sand. What I did and why I had to look for a certain area is I needed a natural tile of sand. Because once you dig out underneath of sand, sand falls down. Make sense? If it's a flower pot that's buried under sand, a pip will still try to plant it, thinking it's planting it in the sand, but the game will kind of bug out and it'll plant it in the flower pot. And then you can take the flower pot and copy the settings onto a whole bunch of other ones, and you get bugged plants that shouldn't be in a flower pot because they're not actually able to be planted in a flower pot. That grow like domesticated plants, like they were planted in planter boxes or farm tiles or anything like that. They just don't take any fertilizer at all, and they grow at the standard domestic. We don't have dartles yet, Casper. I don't even have my pips yet. I did find pips. There's a pip. There's a pip right there. And a shrine bug for Amaya. So yeah, bugged plants are kind of broken. And I could theoretically just cheat because I have a blueprint mod that allows me to make blueprints. Because blueprints are not actually part of this game. It kind of sucks. But I have this blueprint right here. And this blueprint is just an assortment of flower pots with all of the plants, with the exception of the salty sticks, that can be grown in flower pots. And the blueprint mod keeps the setting, so if I put that down, I would just have those plants in flower pots. Would be a little bit on the hacky hack side, but eh. Now the drawback is, like I said at the beginning of the stream, dupes can only build 2 tiles above their head. That's why everything's done in 4 tile increments. So if you want to put a ceiling on a room that's 4 tiles tall, you need to put down ladders to let the dupes have that little bit extra height. Actually, you know what? That's... kind of standardize this a little bit. How much longer you got food for? 0.8 cycles. We're on cycle 20, entering 21, and like I said, every 3 cycles, we get another printing pod that could potentially be a dupe. But we don't really have... We don't have the auction for another dupe yet, so we're not getting another dupe. get this room built and I need to check some things. Really nice to find another Pac-Man, but I ain't seen any sand and phosphorite and mafic rock. That is probably another beach biome, which is what this is. And this. I'm gonna try to dig some of this out because I want to try to drop the water level a little bit. If I get the water level down to here or here, I'd be happier. But I want to come this way and check out this part of the map. Now, funny thing is, I was saying earlier about how a bathroom like this will generate more water because, when they go to the bathroom, they're making water. They don't drink any water. So it is kind of an infinite water trick. And you could theoretically capture the clean water instead of using the dirty water, and you could technically have a little bit of water that way. But that sounds absolutely revolting. He's a witch, burn him? No, I don't float. I don't float like a duck. Can't be a witch because I don't float like a duck. I didn't make the rules. How are you so wise in the ways of the science, good sir? Because I wrote the science. my sources, trust me, bro. The bestest best source ever sourced. Alright, and there's a beacon egg right here that I want in there. Now we're gonna find a bloater egg. Haku. Bloater plus flu coral equals free air. Or, not bloater, beacon. Bloater plus water weed equals free air. And I'm all about that free oxygen. Right, there's the 3 things I wanted. Hey, pemmican. I'll take some pemmican. It's free food. Not only is it free food, it's free food that literally doesn't go bad. Ever. Ever and ever and ever, amen. Now, unfortunately, these little sloggo slugs just keep pooping out the mucin, their slug slime, and things will eventually, they'll kill plants because the plant will be too much underwater. Where did I dig through slime? Ooh, that's not good. That's okay. That slime did not have any. I've been trying to be kind of careful to avoid the digging through the slime. I set this up at a low level sweep, so it's a low priority. They will sweep this stuff up if they don't have anything else to do. Alright, we are now bypassing the priority junction. And all of it just goes right into that little bitty plant. Okay. Okay, water level's down quite a way, so... Okay, 75%. Still got a little ways before you lay your egg. And... Now try to push this water up a little bit so I can actually try to pin it here at this tidal turbine. Because these tidal springs, you can put a tidal turbine on it, which is as simple as boop, boop. And they suck in water, and when they're exporting it, they generate power. But they need a fair amount of water in the turbine, in the area for it to work. And there's a couple different ways to move water in this game. You can use a pump. You can use a pitcher pump. You can mop it up and move it that way. Or you can literally just use displacement, which is what we're doing. Right, Liam does still need his swimming skill. I'm okay with him not having it for right now, but the swimming does give them much, much greater lung capacity. And since we're down to 2,200 kilos of algae, We need to start thinking about long-term auction. Travolta, aren't you? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, aren't you a fucking builder? But you're down here building. Because we're gonna do something weird in this room. Oh shit. We have pips. Oh, that's why. I was gonna say that's not adding up correctly. I was gonna say I've made these rooms so many freaking times. I know how big they're. So 3 tiles, 3 tiles, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and 3. That's correct. There's a way to get an extra one in there. No, well, it's the same number. That's 96. That's the correct number. The thing about pips is they can wild plant in a natural tile. What happened? How do you do that when you dug out the natural tiles? Well, you make natural tiles. It's not that difficult. And we're gonna, show off a lot of little exploit stuff. I'm gonna put my music on on, because as much as I can sit here and watch this or listen to this without any music, it's a little quiet. So let's get some music going. Alright, so now we're just gonna wait for the dupes to build things. You might be understanding why I normally play this at 4x. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick and I'm gonna get the printer going. I'll be back in just a moment. I'll leave this up where I'm currently working so you guys can see what's going on. Yeah, that song's a little on the loud side anyways, but alright, that better. And yeah, Draco, we'll see you later. But they didn't seem to get shit done. but they're working on it. There's just a lot to do. If you're curious as to what the bubbles over here are, there's two flue coral that are producing oxygen, so that this room's getting quite heavily oxygenated by them. You have our first reed fiber over here. This is not for me. This is just a wild growing one, which is fine. No poke shell eggs. No, I do have my second sloggo egg from up there, so I can get that sloggo out of there. And now that way, when the elders up here die, they go away. Just woke up from a nap. Well, at least you got some little more sleep, bud. You'll notice every single time I put down a tile, this tries to push up a little bit. It's just basic displacement. Fucking Paku. Kind of sort of long story short, I want to try to displace enough of this water so that this is 3 tiles tall on top of this. That's the goal. And I'm building tiles over here to try to mitigate where the water could go. That normally works a lot better when you have a lot more dupes. It's just until I get my oxygen levels a little bit better situated, I don't want to do a whole bunch of dupes. Which I think makes sense. No, that's what I want to do. Ah, screw it. I want that water weed seed anyways. 3, 6, 9, 12. I need at least 12 seeds. I've got 6 currently, plus 2 there, 1 there, so 3 there. Give me 9, 10. Look at the little bitty fishy. Look at the little fishy. Probably dig that one out as well. I just realized I don't have any research going. Never a good thing. Never stop, never stopping. Got a point. I think it'd be faster if he wasn't doing the whole swimming bullshit. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. And all that says is this one tile of algae isn't all that strong, so the water is trying to push through it. So lots of pressure damage. Easy way to deal with it, just put another tile next to it. But the nice thing is I'm back up to 4 tons of algae, so not exactly hurting for it as much as I had been. Still hurting for it. Right there. One thing you got to watch out for in the beach biomes like this is what's called bleach stone. Yeah. If you don't pay attention for bleach stone, it literally just exudes off gases, chlorine gas. That's why it's called bleach stone. And the name's a little on the nose. Who would ever thought that something called bleach stone would have something to do with bleach? Oxygen is still looking good for now. Cycle 24, new dupe. Eventually, nope, omelets. Get me some free omelets. She's happy about the omelets. Slowly starting to get this all built in. It's taking this sweet freaking time because, you know, I got one dupe doing it. Kind of one of the drawbacks with the early game is everything goes really, really slow. Later game, when they really start getting a lot more skills and everything else, things move a lot faster. Okay. Liam's going around just grabbing all the algae and sticking it in this storage bin here. Yeah. It kind of helps to have it all in one spot. I just realized something. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's what I thought. I got off my standard 4 buildies. We'll get this built. We'll get this shifted a little bit, and then we'll worry about this. One thing at a time. Something I've never been great at. Do. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and kill that freaking Paku. Because he's gonna try to eat my waterweed seeds as soon as he can. And I don't want him to. Just realize why this is taking so damn long to build. One of the drawbacks with the tidal springs and tidal turbines and shit like that is since they suck water in, if they suck it in too deeply, they can literally cut off the pathway. Because if the water's too deep, then the dupe won't make jump into it. When a dupe that has a double up priority for something starts doing something that's not part of its double up priority, you need to look and see why. Hey, I found the printer scepter. Fortunately, the printer scepter doesn't do me a damn bit of good without the toilet. I kind of wish I was joking with that statement, but no, I'm dead serious. Oh, and I found the Biobot builder. That one, I don't care about. I mean, I could probably do the Biobots. They're a later game thing. Printer Scepter is kind of sort of too. queue up a bunch of digs so that my digger can go do diggy things. Diggy, diggy, diggy. With diggy, I will play. Diggy, diggy, diggy. I made it out of clay. I don't think that's how that song goes, but whatever. It's okay. It is all A-OK. It's getting done, slowly but surely. Need to dig out a lot more algae so I can kind of catch up. I don't really want to say a break, but that's awesome. But so I can have kind of a leg up and be able to breathe a little bit easier. Pun kind of sort of intended. Second verse, same as the first. Exactly. Every verse is the same as the first as long as you don't know what you're doing. And I take great pride in not knowing what I'm doing. In basically any game. People want to come to watch me because I'm the most skilledest player who ever played a game of skill. They come to laugh at me. And I make it easy for them. That's okay. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe just a wee bit. Yep, one of the Paku ate a fucking waterweed seed. Because I had 11, now I have 10. Stupid friggin' fishies eating my seeds. What are we doing on that pip egg? 71%. Needs 14 and a half cycles. So cycle 40. So somewhere around cycle 40, I'll have a pip egg. A lot more polluted water than I thought it would be. But I see me and Pac-Man. As I didn't show it off very well last time. That's why I call them Pac-Mans. They make a wee bit of sense. Oh look, more shine bugs. Amaya would be thrilled. I found a bunch of waterweed seeds going through there. Thank you. Please come again. And again, and again, and again. It'd be nice to find a useful vent, geyser, volcano, whatever. But I know that's asking for a lot. Okay, I'm up to 11 seeds of waterweed. And I did notice that I got a bunch here, which means there probably is buried objects in this area. So I'm going to dig up a bunch of buried objects, which is what all those random digs are. Bow, 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 bow. And as much as it looks like a lot of random ass digging, a lot of it is, but it's exploratory digging. Got a 12th one. $13th. Kind of seems like if it's a buried object and it's in the beach area, it's probably going to be a water weed seed. 14. 15. And 16. Cool. We got more than enough water weed to actually get a bit auction set up. Dipshit can get this finished. It is a hot polluted oxygen vent. Basically one of the most worthless vents in the game. A hot carbon dioxide would have been worse, but it's still pretty fucking bad. Supposed to be a minor volcano somewhere, but I ain't seen it. Yeah, I see no signs of it. This might be a good sign. Actually, hold on. What's the temperature? That shit's cold as hell. That's really cold. Like, that's not just a little bit cold. That's like minus 6, 7 degrees Celsius cold. Now, obviously, that's not super cold. But it's also not, I'm right next to a volcano hot. More research, want that one. We got something here. Hey, it's a toilet. You might be wondering why am I excited to find a toilet? Because I am. You go to your happy place, I'll go to my happy place. My happy place just happens to be a toilet. Cycle 27. What's in the pod? What's in the... Ooh, algae. But no, in all seriousness, you need to find the pod in order to open and actually use the printer scepter. They're linked for some reason. I don't know. I didn't. Clay has a weird sense of humor. And I'm being kind of nice with that statement. Man's got to go po-op. Poop. Poop. Well, the worst thing is the fact you have to unclog it. So, and, you know, we're not exactly the there's no traces of anybody else around here, so that toilet's been clogged for a long time. You can imagine how nasty that toilet is. I don't know about you. I don't want to go clean up that toilet. Find a petrified poo. Whenever the sleeping brat here wakes up. For a change, I'm not talking about Amaya. One of the things that's always weirded me out in this game is when two bodies of water that are connected can't equalize. Speaking of, there's a sleepy. Found him, Amaya. Yeah, huh? It's okay. It's okay. We got by just fine without you. Yep, exactly. Found your light bugs for you. Right now, we're just doing our standard dig around the map, try to find where anything is. Right now, we have found 2 geysers, and the saltwater and a polluted oxygen. So crap, crap, and more crap. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing, Maya? You have a good weekend? Did some tie-dye with the kids. You know, I've never done tie-dye. Not something that's ever interested me in the least bit. I think performing legit brain surgery interests me more. But I know it does. Not gonna lie, I know it does. Okay. Feed me! Feed me! Feed me, Seymour! Feed me! I don't know which one's creepier. The idea of like a man-eating plant or a man-eating toilet. Which one scares you more? I'm leaning towards that toilet. Because like a plant, I can just avoid the plant. I'm going to have to go use a toilet at some point in time, and that's probably when I'm going to discover that it's a man-eating toilet. Gives a whole new definition of the term "don't fall in." You can burn the plant. I mean, you can burn the toilet too. There's nothing innately stopping you from burning a toilet. I mean, just think about the last time you had Taco Bell. Especially if you had any of that weird lettuce. Pretty sure it needs burned or at least exercised after that. This restroom is cleansed. Oh. Say horse. And new fishy. Oh, one of the new fishies. And snails. Gonna go to work. Have a good one, Foxy. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Another new fishy. Too many Taco Bell if you're burning the toilet. That's kind of what I was getting at, Johnny. Got a hold of some of that Taco Bell lettuce. I use Bell of Taco after I'm sick to figure out if I'm alright. Yeah, I think you're behind a little bit, bud. Maybe just a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of digging through slime, but as long as I can drop it straight into water, it won't off-gas, and therefore it won't put out the slime lung. It happens from time to time. It's just a client desync. I think that's what the kids call it nowadays. Test. Test, test. 46 seconds? 'Cause I said it right after it came in on my screen, on my chat. Like, as soon as I looked over and I saw it, I said it. Right when I hit send when it showed on the bot chat on screen. Yeah, just bear in mind the chat on screen, that goes through multiple stages, so might not necessarily be the best way to do it. Oh, we got a neural vasectomy. Oh, hello you. Hello, little buddy. Oh, like 2 to 3 seconds usually. Yeah, but it could be the bot. Ooh, and we got bees. Buzzes. Yay, we got buzzes. Buzz. Buzz. God damn it. Eye twitching? Yeah, I've had that happen a couple times recently. That got slide lung out. Not happy about that. but it is trapped here because this is a liquid lock right here. So can I kill it? And there's a few different ways to kill slime lung. Easiest way is to get rid of the polluted oxygen, which will cause it to die off naturally. Like I said, slime lung can't live in normal stuff, but it takes a while to die. Next up, radiation. Damn, I don't have one. Alright, let's see if I can find one. Yeah, there's one. Next up is, much like how there can only be one element in a tile, there can only be one germ in a tile. And not all germs are created equal. Some aren't bad. Case in point, I'm referring to the Buddy Bud. It is the second cousin of Buddy Christ. And just bear in mind, it's not the official name. That's just something we're kicking around the office. Alright. No research selected, which means I need more research. Next up. Yeah. Now, Johnny gets it. Movie reference. It's a movie quote. Starvation. He likes to throw out his like random ass freaking movie autism or his music autism. I'll throw out my movie autism. Oh, a good old-fashioned autism battle. Just remember, Johnny, we're playing by Highlander rules. That's the rules. We're playing by Highlander rules. Battle's not over till one of us loses a head. Don't hate, appreciate. Sounds like some stupid ass thing I would be told in freaking like school. Sounds like one of those corny-ass school sayings. Tis but a flesh wound. Tis not. Your whole arm's off. The hell's Travolta at? The reason why slime lung can be so dangerous is you see all the off-gassing currently going on. Polluted oxygen just happens to go kind of everywhere. And if it can carry slime lung as well, yeah, it gets everywhere. It's like sand. I'm gonna do something a little... no, can't do it. Once I get all this crap picked up, we're gonna do something a little exploitative. Critter ranching! Yay, I got critter ranching! Pip! Oh, Pip! Come here. Yep. What's in the pot? What's in the omelet? Alright, so that door is slightly radiated. Therefore, that slime that's right around it is all going to start dying. A little easier than having to worry about a damn shine bug. Kind of wish I would have remembered about this, but I didn't really have uranium on my last playthrough. Did anybody go dig up that seed? No. Yeah, still just water, so I'm not even anywhere near the bottom of the map. This is going to be a big ass map. But there's an easy way to... Yeah, that's how big the map is. We'll just throw a whole bunch of uranium at this slime and nuke out the germs. It'll take a little while because, I mean, there's 853,000 germs in that slime. I just realized Liam can't get his ass over there. Liam can't swim. And I don't mean to say that to be mean to Liam. Liam just don't know how to swim. It's okay, Liam. You're still young. You can still learn how to swim. Can't get across this either. Swear to God, that fish was just laughing at me. They're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you. I'm a point while laughing too, because I'm an asshole. I only point and laugh when people take their pants off. Because I'm that kind of asshole. I definitely haven't forgotten about stream. Yeah, you did. It's okay, I'm kind of used to it from you by now. Basically, every Tuesday. It's a Tuesday thing. We'll name a dupe after you, and then I'll lock it in a room and make it starve to death. God, I've definitely never done that in this game. Never. Not even once. No, remember, I got indoor plumbing now. Nobody has to scrub toilets. Oh yeah, Amaya. They're not actually animals. They're sentient plants. Hey, space logic, don't even ask me. Oh yeah, there's also and no, that's not a mouth, that's an eye. For some reason, ONI really likes giving things 3 eyes. I think the developers and stuff watched that episode of The Simpsons one too many times. At least it's not some hot dog flavored water either. What the hell are you putting that U in there for, Johnny? I didn't think Canadians did that. I thought that was a like European thing. There we go. Now we'll definitely kill some of those. It's English. Speak it correctly. Yeah. What do you mean speak it correctly? You're freaking typing. It's not speaking. And I've only been told by like one person in England about like speaking English properly. And my response was, when you guys remember there's an R on the end of most words, then we can talk. Any more Pac-Man? Definitely had a Pac-Man there. Ah, I see you. Wonder if that's that minor volcano that oh. I don't know why I'm prepping for the trifecta. Maya doesn't hit me with those. We're down to 790,000, so it's definitely going down. Slow as shit, but it's going down. That's not. But that's okay. We got a shine bug egg in here too. So once that thing hatches, we'll get a lot of radiation. Yeah, I'm so late. I decided not to do it. Dude, it's fine. I'm not gonna give anybody shit about, you know, their life getting in the way. Okay. Maya may be a little too happy about shine bugs. But she has basically been begging for me to bring this game back for a while. What are you? Are you down here mopping? Well, I guess I could kill a whole lot of fish if this is what I think it is. Oh, and there's another one. And no, that's not neutronium. The hell do you mean unreal? Where are those dipshit at? It'd be really nice if you could finish this small dig so we can get you digging into the next thing, which is right here. There is a very specific way that dupes can move, so you learn interesting ways to make them move. I don't think there's any slime lung in that slime. I don't know why. It's not like that entire area is not radioactive. Don't dig out the magic tile, and all is good. Come on. There you go. Now somebody can come clean the toilet. Not 100% sure I ever thought I would say those words in this game, but it is what it is. There's no Pip in the room. But there's a Pip in the room! Yay! We got a Pip! I am a Perrito and now warming up. Run, bitch, run! Breathe, bitch. Breathe. It puts the seed in the pot or it gets the hose again. Put the goddamn seed in the pot. Put the goddamn seed in the pot. Oh. You can imagine how many other ONI players have literally sat here and like just screamed at the pip, just plant the goddamn thing already. I'm glad you got the reference, Morden. Would you plant me? I'd plant me. I'd plant me so hard. Plant the fucking seed. Die! There. Time for a bugged mealwood. Thank you. See, remember when I said they were assholes? That's what I mean. That's why he's going to go live on this tile. If I can get the egg over here, then this one will die, which I don't care about. And the other one will live the rest of its life on that tile. Do 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 do. Come on, Liam, try it again. Man up. Oh, there's not even trying to get the damn egg. It's not even the egg that they're doing. They're trying to get rid of this. They're trying to get rid of this plant. There you go. Problem solved. Yeah, that's literally all it takes. Okay, we're talking about bugged plants. Okay. Net the pit. Take the plant. And we'll switch seats. The major reason to do this is multi-fold. And this doesn't work on all plants. It kind of does. It kind of doesn't. But my major reason for doing it is every type of fertilizer, for the most part, is finite. By doing the bugged plant trick, you don't have to worry about that. Ever wanted to hog tie a cat? There you go. Yes, it is. So now we're gonna switch the ones on this side to mealwood, even though I should have enough calories to grow some mealwood here, and we'll get the salty sticks switched over into a pot. The key thing to worry about with this is look at your plants that don't require irrigation. Any plant that does not require irrigation that just takes fertilizer, put in a damn flower pot. Actually, it makes me curious about something. Yeah, see, that takes irrigation. So you should theoretically be able to do a clamp 'em. Curious. I'm gonna try that. These are all planted. I do not have the seeds for these, but we'll start getting the seeds as this one grows up. And mealwood only takes 3 cycles, so it's a fast grower. It's not exactly the plant I want to grow. I would much rather have grub fruit or even sweat corn. Sweat corn's problem is it takes mimica in order to pollinate it, and grub fruit's problem is it's grub fruit. Okay, we did finish. Okay, this is a cool steam vent. So this is a water vent. Kind of. It's water that comes out at 110 degrees. So it's water. Kind of. That is a volcano. So I was correct. That was actually the volcano. What is this one, though? And I could just cheat and do this. It's probably the chlorine gas vent. Which I wouldn't be super opposed to. There's something I can do with that. The drawback is this is a minor volcano. I'd be much happier if it was a legit volcano, not a minor. 43 years old. I'm done playing with minors. Okay, now we're killing some slime. Alright, I know what that is. That's the Sonium. Kind of sad when that's all it takes for me to know exactly what this POI is. How to know you played this damn game too much. Power cups. Power cow. Yeah, see, even this takes polluted water to fertilize it. Kind of tempted just to keep digging straight up. But I'm also really, really curious what's more to the right. So, I don't know. Chat, what do you guys say? Up or right? Up or right? Do I do uppies? Or do I go over this way? There's still a good chunk of the map. There can still be volcanoes and stuff over there. But I'll let you guys choose. Okay, and I have uncovered a tubrio, which is awesome because these things literally just make plastic. Alright, I gotta set up for that. I'll take those. I will take those any day of the week. But I need a setup for them. And that's all the setup I need. I need to not forget that I have those here. These are horrible, horrible creatures if you don't have them in the correct hand. Oh shit, I forgot about that. It's actually too warm here for So yeah, we'll be doing soda cane. One of the drawbacks with the aquatic pack is your starting area is above 30 degrees. I'll do a pip farm up here. It's gonna be a little bit before I can start controlling the temperature. Do 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 do. One more to build, and then I can copy these on, get them all planted, and then tear down the last group. Basically, I'm trying not to take away too much food growth at one time. Because as nice as this flower pot trick is, it doesn't speed up the growth. It's better than wild growing them, but it's the same as growing them in a planter box. I just don't have to pay fertilizer costs anymore. Basically, I'm going to grow these plants for free. Because I'm a cheap. Cheap. I'm not super thrilled about the bugs. I mean, I am, but I'm not at the same time. I'm happy because, you know, that's going to be a really good source of power that I could utilize down the road. I'm not because it's a real big pain in the ass to dig through. Okay. Can I find a clampum seed? I just want to see if a clampum, if you could flower pot a clampum. Otherwise, I know for a fact I can do the gum palm. I can't do the copy paste of the settings shit with it. But having a gum palm that grows 4 times faster is a win. And I've got more sand here, so I could make another room like this. You just slightly hear how sad and pathetic that hip is. It is a chlorine gas vent. This isn't the worst thing it could be. If I had balm lily seeds, I could do something with chlorine gas. I could theoretically turn that into a giant Paku farm. Balm lily is a kind of unique plant in all it needs is to be grown in chlorine. It doesn't consume chlorine. It just wants to grow in chlorine. That's it. I could easily just kill this poke shell. It won't reproduce again. It's got 32 cycles left of its life, and it needs 50 for reproduction. It's at 4%. So it needs another 48. It's only got 32 left to live. It's not going to lay another egg. Speaking of eggs, there's a pip egg. It's not what I'm looking for. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and put it on my list. Actually, I guess not, because I've never seen one. So I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I have a cookie. So just that in and of itself is amazing. Okay. So there's a clampum seed and a pip in that room. Yeah, we're starting to get some starting to get some slime over there that doesn't have any germs in it, which is then I can dig it out. Once all the germs go away from the slime, yes, it will also offcast polluted oxygen, but it will not offcast slime lung infested polluted oxygen, which is what I want. I want it to not do that. So, yes. But can I copy and paste? Because I can do that with the gum palms too, but I can't copy and paste them. Okay. Play, that's a bit broken. Can I do that with flue coral? If I can do that with flue coral, that would be awesome. No, flue coral requires irrigation. Yeah, requires irrigation. The fact I can do it with clampum is pretty good. I'm going to copy it over here, that way I can dig this one up. And clampum be in normal water, does it? It can be in normal water, cool. It's gonna look really fucking stupid, but hey, don't really care how stupid it looks as long as it works. It's a general shape of things, right? Also means I want to dig up some clampum. Because that way I get free fucking pearls? Yes, please. I'll take free stuff. Pearl is basically a replacement for glass. This would be really nice. How nice if somebody would just come and get this last little bit of sand. Alright, so I'm gonna go be here tomorrow for longer and earlier. Alright, that's fine, Fitz. Get some rest, bud. I'm riding tomorrow, so don't want to stay too long. Yeah. You're doing a test tomorrow. That's fine. We'll see you then. Now, the only drawback with me putting them in here is this water is slowly going to go away. As you see, this girl here keeps taking my water. But worst case, we'll just flood this with salt water. I mean, I do have some more fresh water. There's some here. There's some here. A bunch right here. And you can kind of tell the difference because the salt water's got sparkles and stuff in it. You can tell there's crap floating around in it. And the fresh water doesn't. And welcome back, Drekka. We just found out that I can pit plant. I can do the flower pot pit plant trick with the new clams. That's kind of broken in multiple ways. Speaking of broken. And your power was out for an hour? That sucks. Random power outage, go! What storms? I don't have no storms. I'm being really careful where I dig here, because you guys have already seen sand likes to fall. Polluted mud does too. Any type of mud likes to fall. So I'm trying to leave one tile of anything other than mud above my head. People can't drive. That's been becoming worse and worse every year for the last 20 years. We were without power for like half an hour over the weekend, and it's because some dumbass drove into a power pole and I guess did so much damage they had to do an emergency replacement on it. Oh, crap, I just realized that. The dipshit that normally does the most of my planting and stuff can't swim. Yet. Now we want Coquina. Coquina. I don't even know what the hell Coquina is. It's just a fun word to say. We live in the middle of nowhere, so the closest station that keeps a fleet of trucks is like 45 minutes out. Yeah, I've been there. I've lived places like that. That's why I don't now. I got sand here that I can't escape, so I mean I could go under through the abyssal. I just don't want to. It kind of depends. For me, it really depends on the size of the city. Where I live now isn't a huge city. They think they are, but I grew up in Tampa. This is a tiny ass city, if you even want to call it a city. You stop. Okay, now they can dig out the rest. That will allow this oxygen that these two floor corals down here are producing to come up and out. And the bloater. Okay, so that is the edge of the map. So I do not need to continue digging this way. Alright, once I find the edge of the map, there's no point in continuing to dig that way. It's just all a hunt for the edge of the map. So, what I could do... Well, I got 1,000 kilos of uranium. Uranium ore is not a refined metal, but lead is. Do I have that much lead? No, I got 450. No. Not humongous, but big enough. I've been to bigger cities, though, like New York. Yeah. And that's the drawback, is no matter what, if you compare, you'll always find something bigger or worse or better. Oh, fuck you. But I'm not going to complain about a free pip. I don't have to go do stupid shit to get. Why complain? Exactly. Okay, so now the wild ones that you see just around the map, those ones take 32 cycles to reach maturity. My domestic one here takes 8 and doesn't require fertilizer because it's in the flower pot, because bugged plants. I'm gonna try to prioritize getting this shit done. I know those shovels are going to be hatching here soon, and if I don't get them into this room, I'm never going to find them again. Shovels are awesome and horrible at the same time. They're awesome because they, for some reason, they contain a ridiculous amount of meat, and you can like starvation feed them. They're the only critter you can still starvation ranch. Used to be a huge thing back in the day, but it's not that big of a thing anymore. 6.25. Oh, I got a long ass time before these things are... They take 20 cycles to hatch, and I've only had them for like 3. But I still want to get their room done. Ooh. I'll take that. You're not going anywhere now, asshole. Okay. Poke shells can be really useful because they're one of the few things in the game that actually consumes polluted dirt. And in exchange for giving them polluted dirt, you get sand. Not really fantastic on this planetoid because I dug out a crap ton of sand here. All this pink stuff you see here is sand, and there's a fair amount of it. It's also this other color. The color is dependent upon the biome. So there's a bunch there. There's a huge amount right there. There's a huge wave of it there. I got lots of sand. I don't really need sand. The second thing, they're shells. Every time they die, and every time they change from a baby to an adult, they molt. And that molt gets converted to lime. Lime is used to make steel. Yeah, a cycle is 600 seconds when I'm playing at 1x speed. So every cycle is 10 minutes, as long as I don't pause. And that tiny bit of information there actually comes in really, really handy in this game. Because when you get into volcanoes, there's a lot of times you're having to do math. Like when I want to do a volcano tamer, not this bitch. If I find a metal volcano, which I have not seen yet, I'm really happy to have a metal volcano. So I got 11 left to find. There's 11 more types of volcanoes left on this map that I have to find. Yeah, and this isn't really a production game though. This is a very difficult to explain game. Like I'm not gonna be setting up any factories. I don't make anything. Now there are chains. I wanted to set up a pip ranch here. So I need to move the vole ranch. It would work over here. Because the vole ranch isn't very large. A pip ranch is. Not. The only problem with the vole ranches are always weird shaped because they're 5 tiles. They're actually 6 tiles tall because this doesn't even have all of it. I can make it in 4. No, I can't. No, I can't. We'll make that out of obsidian. We'll move the voles over there. This at least just gets me somewhere to get them the hell out of my way. So I don't potentially end up with voles running all over the place. Voles suck because if they're not encased in either obsidian or metal, they can dig through anything else. And there's certain things that if they dig through, they will eat. They will eat a lot of debris, and then they spit it right back out, taking half of it. Which is not a good thing. You want to dig out a couple of clampums. Clamp them. And clamp them. Clamp them. I don't know why they're living on top of these volcanoes. Haven't been in there. One, two, and then in the water. That'll be fine. They'll be able to go get that one. You killed the goddamn beacon, didn't you, you asshole? Yep, there's a row around here somewhere. You killed my fucking beacon. Come here, you. Probably need to start working on getting my oxygen production. I'm gonna get this section done, and then we'll start on that. The Slogos are trapped over there on the left, so that's good. I don't even need this. I've already got them trapped over there, so. What is 96 tiles? To there. Let's get this last little bit of debris out of here. Get this. And get all that water pushed in, and then we can. So I got 3 major things I'm working on right now. I need to get this finished. I want to get that made as best as I can, and this dig. Skill yet, asshole. No. Ellie did. More science. As soon as dipshit there with the blue hair gets another skill point, he's going to learn how to swim. I'm going to take him to the deep end and throw his ass in. Exactly. And some of you guys might be wondering why I keep doing this weird pattern on the ladders. This just tells me where my 4 highs are. And yes, this one is technically lower than it should be, and there's a very good reason for that. Because that's not actually the floor of that room. That is a temporary restraining order floor. It'll make sense. Maybe. Casper knows what it is. She's seen me do it hundreds of times. And that's kind of what I meant by sometimes this game gets a bit on the repetitious side. Because, like, you could probably do a no pip planting challenge, but why would you want to? Pip planting is awesome. It's amazing. Basically, it lets you grow any plant for free. Because as much as this is awesome, this only works with certain plants. Like I said, it only works with plants that don't require fertilization or irrigation. Pip planting works on every plant. Now, if said plant requires something like, I don't know, light, yeah, you're a little on the screwed side. You're still gonna have to provide it light. You're gonna have to sit there and scream out, Aziz, light! Because of course you will. There's a hell of a lot of oxylite sitting right there that's not being used. Let's get that bleeding out. Quick, somebody stab it in the gut. Make it bleed out. Okay, we got that out, so we can now finally do this. You know, like I don't have enough shit queued up for the 4 dupes I have. Givaldo earned a skill point, like I give a shit. Actually, no. Hold on. Yeah, you're getting that one. Go get that skill point. Chop chop. Improved carry? Yeah. Builder needs improved carry. Basically allows him to carry an extra 400 kilograms. So now we can carry like 600. Because, you know, for some reason, a dupe made of freaking helium and beans can pack around freaking 600 kilos. Had wife aggro? What the? Oh, I knew what you meant. I don't think I want to know what you meant, but I knew what you meant. Just eat this down here, please. While we're at it, can we just I just remembered I have Critter Rancher, so should we just eat all those? Jenna! Doing pretty good. Back to one of my go-to games. A game I don't feel like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Because I know what I'm doing in this game. Ah, okay, that's a little different. I thought she was being all aggressive and stuff. Coming at you with a frying pan, a rolling pin. Yeah. Remember those slime lung germs that are down here? Yeah, they're going to go away here real soon. Alright, so an interesting thing about this game, dupes can build sometimes at an angle. Airflow tiles don't let water or any liquid past them. They're also not susceptible to the laws of, let's say physics. Airflow tiles, no matter how much of a liquid you cram in while surrounded by them, they won't break. And trust me, I've thrown a lot at them. Another thing that will not break under pressure at all is the mechanized airlock. This door. Or these ones right here. You can build a room out of these damn things and throw as much liquid into them as you want. And I've had rooms there were a single tile of liquid with millions, hundreds of millions of kilos of a liquid. And those doors are like, yeah, okay. No offense to the other regular. Vibe is kind of hit and miss. He's a regular, but he's not a most streams regular. And I believe he's like in school or something. So we're going to take advantage of the two things I just mentioned. Diagonal building and airflow's absolute resistance to all forms of water pressure. And we're going to push all of this water in and seal it off right here. I was kind of hoping Vibe would be here, that way I could tell him that, like, I'm actually kind of sort of figuring out Dyson Sphere by using somebody else's blueprints. But I mean, hell, that's one of the ways I found out figured out some of the stuff in Satisfactory, is I downloaded a couple blueprints if I couldn't figure out how to make something work. And I looked at how it was supposed to work. Why does this blueprint work, but my system doesn't? Until I figured out why. Just took me a little while to find somebody who actually kind of explained things halfway decently for Dyson Sphere. We're going to disable disinfect on that, because that ain't doing shit. I'm lost on the games, man. Well, like I said, if you have any questions, especially about this game I understand, I know. I wouldn't say I'm good at this game, but I understand this game. Remember when I was talking about the speed of their skills and stuff? This is a damn good example. You see how long it took Liam to build that one tile? Now here's Travoldo, my actual builder. Just chomp right through it. Well, this isn't really an automation game. Okay, we're gonna bring it to the base. Sure, survival. It's a low-level objective you have, but why? The actual lore for this game is that your people's planet exploded, and they're looking for a new home. They found these planetoids, but they're all they're clones. So your goal is to colonize this planet so you can survive. And there's a couple different ways to, quote, beat the game. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Is I wanted to compact as much of that water down as I possibly could. Though it's actually not nearly as much water as I would have hoped. But that's fine. Okay. Back onto this. We need to get this done. And to get that done, I have to go in here. Actually, I can break through that because that water ain't going nowhere. I got the yeah, I'll be fine because I've got a but like right now the only thing I'm doing right now is purely on planet stuff. There's a whole star map of other planets with other things. Kind of one of the easiest objectives is the temporal tear, which you just feed a crap ton of radiation into an opener, open it up, and send some dupes through in a rocket. My biggest problem is to make a rocket, I need refined metal, and I'm not a big fan of the rock crusher. New research is complete. Could do the crash plan. Need that. Gonna need that one. Well, when I do thousands of cycles, normally I'm trying to do some weird ass objective. Most of the other planetoids are not, they're not meant to be habitable. Like, there is one planet that's literally made of fucking lava. It's lava and obsidian, but it contains the highest thermal, one of the best metals in the game. It has an insane thermal conductivity, and it has a plus 900 to overheat damage. Which you haven't even seen. I haven't overheated anything, but it's something you can do. Things can overheat, and they will break. Okay, so I need that one. That finishes this room. I don't actually care about those. Those can go away. I need this one. I like to do weird things because I've got thousands of hours in this game. It's me. Those should be enough explainers right there. Alright, rooms are ready. You can check out whenever you'd like, but you can never leave. So you go there constantly. No, there's multiple ways to get the metal. And the nice thing is, theoretically speaking, you only have to bring back 5 kilos of the metal, and then you have infinite. You go there and get a metal called niobium. Niobium plus tungsten equals thermium. Thermium is the god metal. But it's 5 kilos of niobium plus 95 kilos of tungsten makes 100 kilos of thermium. You can melt that thermium back down to 100 kilos of niobium, and then, you know, do the same recipe again. Just like there's a water planet that I have a really bad habit of I've deleted the water and I've trapped the water. Now there's another content creator who plays this game who was given the challenge to drain the water planet by watering plants with it. With the planet. I mean, it took multiple hundreds upon hundreds of cycles, but he eventually did it. Just bear in mind, a standard tile of water is 1,000 kilos. But like in real life, you get into water pressure. So this is 1,000 kilos, this is 1,010, this one's 1,020, so on and so forth. The deeper the water, the more water that's in it. Now we're talking a planet that's probably about that big, and it's 99% water. I could jump over to my other save and show you the water planet, but it's all dug out, so it doesn't look anything like it had originally. Paku! Yay, I'll take the Paku. They're gonna flip-flop this way, and they're gonna drop to here. Hopefully they drop this way, but they might drop this way. Okay, got that row. They killed my fucking beacon. Well, the problem is, going to my other playthrough, most of my planets don't look like what they had. Because, like, the volcano planet's completely 100% dug out. There's no magma left on it. There's just a big pile of multiple 1,000+ degree material. The water planet, I played Aladdin with it, and I crammed all the water into any living space. And give it another, like, 5 minutes or so, and I'll switch over to my other save. So you can kind of see very late game stuff. Because, like, if this game interests you, seeing early game stuff is one thing. Seeing this crazy shit you can do late game, that's a whole different beast. Now, where's that other clamp I was doing to dig up? I'm digging up this one. There's another one I was going for. Alright, this one. Go get that one. Well, like I said, it would show you some of the stuff you can do beyond just what the planets look like. Yep, there's all the Paku. They all flip and flop down here. And now that this asshole's already laid his egg, and I've taken it, he's gonna die a slow, horrible, painful death. Of old age. It killed my fishy. It deserves to die. The worst thing is, the last time I was playing this on stream, I only streamed it on Twitch. Because if you haven't noticed, this game does not get views on YouTube. I don't know what it is. This game does not get views on YouTube. I've had 51 views total on this stream on YouTube. I have 5 likes. Which is doing better than the last Dyson Sphere stream. That one only got 3. Let me know when it's 10 till. We'll do 5 minutes on my current playthrough, and then Amaya, we'll go back to the last time playthrough, where my goal was to run 100 dupes. I never got around to it because I stopped streaming this. Yeah, we'll go back to the one that where you're a doctor. And Casper was a builder. And Neff was on there because that's back when Neff was actually active in my chat. Yeah, I can go ahead and mop this shit up because there's no slugs up here anymore. Or snails. I don't know why I keep calling them. I keep calling them slugs because they're called slogos. And Dr. Amaya, MD. Can't forget Dr. Amaya, MD. Yeah, because not only was she the researcher, because it was Casper, Amaya, and Neff were the starting 3. So Amaya had been the researcher, and then I needed a doctor too because it's me, and my dupes kept trying to get killed. I think Johnny was a builder. Or he might have been. Mr. Paul's was a cook, which was ironic. Alright, it's 10 till. I'm going to go ahead and save this. Now, I'm just going to save. Yeah, double save. Oh well. Alright, so my current playthrough that I'm working on in the background, just because something for me to do. This will also kind of show you what I was complaining about earlier about how long autosaves are. It's going to be funny because I'm going to go to the water planet. This was the water planet, and now it's a frozen wasteland that turned into a freaking berry sludge farm. Okay. So now that it's finally loaded, we're at cycles 2,848. This is the tree planet that I haven't even started messing with the tree yet. It is called the tree planet because there's a big angry tree on it. If your dupe walks in front of this tree, it smacks them. But I have it set up so no dupe can get up there. These are volcano tamers. This is a tungsten volcano. As is that, and as is that one. Tungsten comes out at 3,726 degrees Celsius. So based on the fact that it puts out 290.8 grams a second times 600 seconds, I want to carry 20 kilos out as basically as fast as I can. I pull out 20 kilos every 69 seconds from that one. Each volcano has its own setting. 75 and 75 because I haven't analyzed those two yet. Oh, trust me, that's not that bad. Tungsten isn't that bad. Remember, like I said, this one puts out 7.3 kilos per second for 53 seconds. This one puts out 9 kilos a second for 43 seconds. That's nothing. Let's go to the volcano planet. And why I said it was the volcano planet, as you see, there's nothing left. All that's left is a bunch of piles that are 1200 degrees plus. But I'm here for that boy. Niobium comes out a little bit colder than tungsten at 3,226 degrees. But it puts out 336 kilograms per second for 51 seconds during an eruption. You can do the math on that. I don't want to. Niobium is horrible in the pure and simplistic fact it's easier to deal with it in its liquid form where it will melt basically anything. Generally, when you're playing with magma and stuff, you use obsidian. Magma is 1700 degrees. Obsidian doesn't melt till like 1900, so it's okay. Sorry, obsidian melts at 2700. Niobium will liquefy obsidian and then cause the magma to vaporize into rock gas. Rock gas is fucking horrible. 17.1 thousand kilograms. That sounds about right. So that'd be roughly 17 tiles. Actually, I think niobium stacks deeper than that. It's probably like 6 to 8 tiles of niobium during each eruption. And that's in a liquid form. My home planet. As you see, I'm in the process of digging it out. We got a little pool of water up here that I need to sort and deal with. Another big pool of water that I need to do the same thing with. Ethanol. Earlier I said I'm not to the point where I can control the temperature yet. And by that I mean that's my temperature control device right there. Oh, fuck. There's no liquid lock on that. That controls my water pipe, my swamp cooler. Basically, that pipe runs all the way around the map, all my living areas, and cools everything down to sub 30 degrees Celsius. Livable. It also runs that. That is hydrogen gas that I run at minus 50 degrees Celsius. Because at minus 50 degrees Celsius, none of my food can go bad. Ever. Which is why I have 12 million kilocalories of food for 12 dupes. Remember, they eat 1,000 calories a day. I have 12 million. And that number continues to grow. The water planet. Oh, as you see, it's not a water planet anymore. And when I say it was a water planet, I mean water up to here. From here down, all water. That's a lot of carbon dioxide. I'm not complaining because I wanted to get it up here. I want to get those bastards in there. All of that water, all of it, is right there. In those 5 tiles. That tile there is 550,000 kilograms. That one is another 550,000. That one is 1,056,527 kilograms. That one's 2.5 mil, and that one's another 550,000. Yeah, there's a mechanical thing you can do called a waterfall, where all you need is 2 different gases, and the liquid will literally phase right through it. So in about 5 cycles, I drained the entire planet using a waterfall. And then I've got 2 more waterfalls set up here and here, but that's just to store what's coming out of these water vents. Been there, and it's a small number of bees for me. I don't know why, but for some reason this planet decided to have all metal volcanoes on it. 2 aluminum, 2 gold, and a copper. So I tamed them, and then I filled up a big friggin' vat full of magma because why not? This entire planet, the oxygen I get from space. It literally rains down in meteor form called oxylite. Every about 10 cycles, a couple 100 kilos of this comes down, and I just dig it out and move it inside. This one I'm trying to dig out the regolith because regolith and voles, and reasons. And I'm working on my volcano tamer. That is a tiny beehive for me, Amaya. Now, the goal for this is magma 1700 degrees Celsius. These plants right here produce amber. They eat a butterfly and sit and wait for a while, and then they spit out a chunk of amber. Well, that amber is 70% water. So it goes into a steam room to boil the water out. Once the water is boiled, it's still a work in progress. Once the water is boiled, it fills up this chamber. And as you see, it's all doors all the way around. So that's an infinite storage. Then that water comes over here to be turned into oil. But I'm still dialing this up. I did tell Amaya I would show her the one that we had done previously. I don't know which one it is, though. It's not Dorky Colony. It's not Dorky Dimension. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is it. This is the Amaya playthrough. I don't even think I've gotten off the main planet and the teleporter planet on this playthrough. This was on the previous DLC. So I was in the process of digging out the entire map because that's generally what you do. And I'm only at cycle 446 on this. And I've gotten that much accomplished, that much dug out. What the hell is all this yellow? Oh, it's my background. Like, why is this? What the hell's with all that sulfur gas? Hey. Oh, Heather wasn't here today. Oh, that's gonna suck. Oh, all right, hold on. Hold on, let me find her. There's Neff, Mr. Pauls, Lupine, Casper the Builder in her dartle suit. Farmer Bonsalot, Jordan the Machinist, Dr. Allmom, Skull the Artist, ain't seen him in a hot minute, Susan, Shell McQueen, Wattage the Other Builder, Gigwing Ducky, Maple Johnny. Fucking Maple Johnny. Maple Johnny looks like he is a farmer. Learn skills, improve carry, rocket piloting. I don't know what the hell he's supposed to be, because he ain't got shit for skills. There's Maya, not Amaya. This is just Maya. She ain't got named yet. Joshua again hasn't been named. Ari. Oh, hold on. And Dr. Amaya, MD. Had to find her. Yeah, when I say volcano planet, that's just a glimpse of it. That's all magma and obsidian and neutronium, which you can't dig through. And it... no, wrong button. It's that much magma. So when I say I dug it all out, that's kind of what I'm talking about. And then second planet that I was working on getting colonized. And the most annoying thing fucking ever, because that's literally the water geyser I want, and of course it's in the fucking magma. So I will actually have to set up a cooler to, or I would if I was playing this playthrough. I would need to set up a cooler to actually drain the heat out of this magma. Like I said, later game stuff, what you saw today is very, very, very early game stuff. It starts going off the freaking rails real fast, and you can do some really crazy shit. Right now, I'm still in the exploration stage. My goal is something more like that, where everything's dug out. I have access to every single volcano. I have most of my water vents onto waterfalls to store the liquid. I need to put would need to go onto a waterfall as well. But there's actually enough water on this playthrough to support over 100 dupes. And I was working on getting there. It just takes a hot minute. So that's the one that I'm feeding into it. But it is 7:05. I've been streaming for 7 hours. It is sadly time for the end of the Idiot Show. If you have not already, please remember to go over to the YouTube and smack that like button. If you're already over on the YouTube, smack that like button. If you're new here, lurking or watching this after the fact, remember to smack the subscribe button on the YouTube, smack the follow button over on the Twitch. We'll be back tomorrow with some more oxygen not included. Till then, I've been Ninja, obviously.